What you say? I can hear you thinking, man.
Greetings, gamers. Greetings. Oh, hang on. Oh no, monitoring is still on. That's never a good thing. Hang on. I had my headphones in earlier, and I was monitoring for all the out. But there we go. Hello, greetings, gamers, and welcome to the Misfit Gamers Tavern, or at least the beginning stages of the Misfit Gamers Tavern. We have done so much work here. We might do a little walk around here soon, but here we are. We are in what will hopefully eventually be my full bar. This is just the beginning corner. This is my first actual piece of equipment or furniture that's going to be here. And then eventually I will get a real bar. But right now I just have this tiny little rolly storage thing, but it's fine. It's fine. It'll work. But here we are today with our first episode of Lore and Port. So welcome. I believe that what it is. Actually, I believe that is what the title is. I think we still technically have a couple hours left on the poll. So it could still change, last minute change. But as of right now, with 7 votes and 6 hours to go, Lore and Pour is still leading by 1 vote. So until that changes, we are going to be calling these Lore and Pour. Hecate, Soul, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Vixie, thank you for hanging out and lurking as well. So yes, it's going to be a very exciting day. We have a lot to cover, and I just remembered what I was supposed to do that I kept getting distracted and I wasn't able to do. So we can't get started just yet, but that's fine. We usually have a little bit of a warm up, so it's fine. It's the first time here. Glad to see everybody in chat. So I'm glad we did the 30-minute warm up or the 30-minute countdown. You know what I didn't do? I didn't throw out a fucking ad. I keep forgetting these things, guys. I don't want to throw an ad now that y'all are here, but I need to remember to throw ads when we're in our startup, because that will allow people coming in after we're going live to not get any ads when they come in. You know what I might be able to do? It doesn't matter for here, but what I might be able to do is set it. Oh, you had a few ads. So yeah, but I don't know if those will stop. Yeah, I don't know if those ads would stop the pre-rolls or not, because I know that if I manually do it, it will stop pre-rolls, because Vixie says that she got a few ads at the start screen. So I don't know how ads, guys, I don't know these things. I'm too new. But I specifically know that normally on our normal streams, if I hit the ad button, like the 1-minute ad button, it gives us 40 minutes where people coming in won't see any ads. So it's that's kind of what I'm hoping to remember to do, but I didn't do it today. But it's fine, whatever. Soul Collective, I see your second. Did that work? Yes. Fantastic. And fix
Nice.
it with the
Get him. Get him.
Boom. There we go. Wait a second. Nice. So what's interesting, Vixie, is when yours when everybody else is popped, I have to complete the task in my Twitch manager, but yours I didn't have to do that with. Weird. I don't know why that was it. Anyway, oh, you know what I also just realized? Chat is not on this window. All the little... Oh, there's... Hang on, y'all. Hang on. This is gonna be weird for a second. I gotta fix some stuff. The surprise is for later. Okay, wait. What am I doing here? I need to go to main cam. What up, Kage? Look at that, y'all. Weren't supposed to get there just yet, but hey, it's fine. Give me a moment. I need to do that. Wait a second. That's...
Oh, there it is. Something.
Hang on. That's it. That's the one I wanted. Sorry, y'all. Hang on. All these tiny... There we go. That's what I wanted there.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I want here. Bring it back. And that's... Oh.
Bring it back now,
Spoilers.
y'all.
Spoilers.
Bring it back now, y'all.
Spoilers for later, y'all. Spoilers for later. There we go. Okay, so everything's good there. I think everything's good. And boom, let's get it. We're started. Peeping the spoilers. I know. Peeping. Peeping. All right, y'all. Hey, everybody, since y'all are in chat, how is audio? I spent a good portion of this morning trying to dial that audio in. We obviously have the actual real equipment in here this time around. I actually spent the extra time trying to get all of that set up. So how is audio? I know it has to be better than when I was doing the Bluetooth headphones. Like any other time that we've been back, I remember that has to be better.
Yeah.
Audio is great. Hecate, awesome. Thank you so much. It's I don't know if it's any better or worse or equal to than our normal stream. Music's good level 2. Awesome. Yeah, I was able to figure out with Twitch, they have this cool little thing, or OBS, I should say, to where I was able to set a filter on the desktop audio. So when we're not talking, oh, great, the music's not playing right now, which is fine. Of course. But yeah, apparently like the setting is supposed to be that when we're not talking, it will be at its base level, but whenever it picks up the microphones, it will actually dull the desktop.
That's kind of nice.
So I have that set up for when I do gaming and for when we do ChillHop. So when we're talking, the audio will ensure never to
overtake our voices.
Overtake our voice. Yeah,
got you. Okay.
So yeah, it's kind of. I'm glad that that's working because I've always been worried because I haven't been watching the most recent episodes yet. Right. I haven't really been able to catch on, what my changes have made.
That's fair. That's fair.
But here we are today. So we have a lot to cover. We are doing the history of divine magic.
Yes.
This was a wild ride in terms of research and in terms of what I had to put together because I wasn't sure what direction I wanted to go. I wasn't sure what I would be able to actually put together. I wasn't sure what information would be available to me. So I think I put together a pretty good outline for most of the day. I have 3 pages. I have like 3 different Word documents that we're gonna have to like reference. But each of them are like categorized. Each of them are categorized specifically to like areas that we're gonna have. So I think it'll be all right. I am noticing here. It may just be because we're on the laptop, but I am noticing my camera is stuttering.
I did see that.
I don't know if yours has. You're not moving nearly as much as I am. But I have noticed that every now and again mine will just I mean it hasn't frozen and we're losing a couple couple frames. It also could be that because we're in the tavern, it could be that the Wi-Fi signal isn't as strong back here.
Fair enough.
So it could be part and partial to the Wi-Fi signal.
I mean, if necessary, if we start doing these more regularly, I have a Wi-Fi extender at my house. And those things are pretty decent because I'm in like the furthest corner of the house from where the Wi-Fi is. So.
And Vixie has a point too. I am using our old Vixie. How old is this thing? Like 9 years old now.
Wow.
I mean, this thing. This was the top of the line gaming laptop. I think between like 7-8 years ago. So it was great, but right now it's like it has
it's chugging along.
I mean, you guys got to realize it has a Focusrite audio mixer with the 2 microphones plugged into it. It overheats, so I have a fan, a seat fan that it's sitting on top of plugged into it, and then it has both of the cameras plugged into it, and via Wi-Fi, it's streaming the tablet's camera.
Goodness.
And on top of that, it's now trying to stream and play everything back for me.
Wild.
So it's like this thing is it's chugging,
working hard.
But you know what?
Working hard.
It's had a life. It has. But you know what?
Let's go.
But it's worked. You know, we've streamed back here before. I think it's just because, particularly now too, there's a lot around it, and we're using the better microphone. So I think it's just doing a little bit worse. So hopefully we will not have to restart the stream. Hopefully we will just deal with the skips. I mean, right now, we've had very minimal.
Yeah, it's
minimal
not too crazy.
I think it has to do with how much I move. If I don't move a lot, you know, that whole compression thing where it's smart enough to recognize the background doesn't move, so it doesn't refresh it.
Yeah.
So I think that's the thing, is because there's a lot going on with me. I think the more I'm in the background too, right? Like I got my stuff on the wall, so the more I move, the more the background also shifts. So if I sit here, I'll be good.
Fair enough.
But yeah, so we are here today to talk about the history of divine power.
Divinity.
It was quite a trip to figure out what did I want to cover, how did I want to cover it, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a lot of fun because I've broken it down to what I was able to find in terms of where was the influence. Like, okay, so it's very difficult to put these into terms, but one category is going to be talking about like how each edition handled gods. So in the terms of what were the influences that brought gods into the storyline in the first place? Like, why were gods used? How were they brought in? Which gods were used? And the level at which they were used. That's also going to include what were the encouragements and expectations that were placed on the DM in terms of uses of gods throughout the editions. And part and partial, I tried to also add in what the players' encouragement and expectation was to interact with these gods. So each edition had for players, depending on which edition you were approaching or you were playing in, a player would have a different expectation on when and how much they could interact with gods and deities. And the DM also had that. So there are some editions where if a player comes in and say, well, I prayed to my god for this, there'd be some editions where it's like, huh? And then there are other editions where it's like, well, I pray to my god for this, and it's like, well, your god talks to you, right? So there are different levels of, some editions did not have direct contact, and other editions expected it. And it's been varied. Like, again, I am so happy because it seemed like for the longest time doing the history ofs, a lot, I don't want to say it was bland and boring. There was always unique stuff to learn, but there is a lot of things in D&D that have stayed tried and true for a long time.
Yes.
There's been modifications and adjustments, but for the most part, there's a lot of things that
consistency has been had throughout.
Yeah, and it seems like ever since we did the history of the Bard class, you know, that was the very first history of that, every edition changed it.
Right.
And then since then, everything, like, it seems like every deep dive we've done since then, I don't know if it's just coincidence and happenstance. What a coincidence. I don't know if it's that, or if it's just, if we're getting better at choosing our topics, you know what I mean? But it's like this, doing this research was very unique in what I've been talking. Okay, so you know how I've said this before off stream. It's just nice when you have a mindset or you have a thought, and it's kind of like, you know, yours and your own, but then you kind of get it validated in the sense like you have an interpretation of what you think is happening, and then when you look at it and you look into it, what you had thought was actually the right direction.
Right.
That's kind of what happened here, because we've talked a lot about like my belief in how the deities are utilized in D&D settings, but I'm also second edition Forgotten Realms fanboy, so
right.
Of course mine's very much there. So it is nice to know when I did the research for second edition, I'm pretty spot on. Like I do remember a decent amount that's correct, but at the same time, when I've talked about my personal belief and opinion about the interpretations, the expectations, and how gods were used, and from my experience, it's pretty close to what I was able to find for everybody else as well. Like I was pretty much near exact, at least in terms of the earlier editions, and then how it came about, right? Because I even did this a couple streams ago, or even last stream, where I think I gave my quick summary, right? Where it was like, originally gods were just there to just be part of the story, because that's how mythos worked. Then it became slowly, from second to third edition, it became slowly more involved and more interactable. Third edition just did the whole, it's not entirely required, but we still want to have it very much involved. And then by fifth edition, it's like they're there. Right. Like they're in the story. Like, and that's kind of how I've always, like, I've said that multiple times. And that's kind of what I was kind of right. Like, not in a, listen to me, but my interpretation of my experience gaming throughout them. And, I will have to say a lot of that probably is attributed to my DM, my original DM. Because like I said before, most of the time, most of my experience playing through the earlier editions and getting the experience from, chainmail to OD&D to first edition to second edition was through him. So it's nice to know that doing the research now and recouping all of that knowledge and actually understanding it from a DM point of view, he did very, very well at presenting it all, because what I took away as the baseline story of Forgotten Realms is tried and true. Like he stuck to it to a point to where it actually left me with a very good understanding of D&D.
That's very rare to see, because like when you present someone something in like a live-in scenario, in like a situation where it's like, hey, you're experiencing this firsthand, and then but everything that they're seeing is created by you. Like the lore of his realm is like yours, and so
there's a lot of things that I know were specific to his world, but it is nice to know that my general understanding of D&D it's really nice to know he did that. He was that good. I only wish I could ever get there, but that's the thing, is like I don't have that level of working knowledge, like his level, to just know that about D&D.
But I feel like, again, as you're coming to find out right now, a lot of the mindsets that you're approaching what you've built from is in there. And so I feel like it's very intrinsic, just like with your DM, like it reflected on you that way because it was in there and it was real. And it was there for you to interact with and to see and to tangibly realize, like, oh, this is what's happening, and you're seeing the effects of that reality. And I think because you've integrated that into High Point, just because that's how you understand it, I feel like the same thing's gonna happen. It's just gonna be this infinite, like, that's how I feel like traditions and things like that get passed down in the first place.
Well, and that's exactly true, right? Like before we had the written word, or even when we started with the written word, but before we had knowledge as accessible as it is today, it was always through stories. And those stories would change and modify. I mean, we've seen that until they got written down. Stories would just be told however they were remembered. But the general, the gist was still there. So it is nice, like you said, like it is nice to see that I built High Point on a good, strong foundation that isn't just, this is what I like to think about it. It is based off of this is true to form. Every time I go and research something, when I don't remember exactly the details, or I'm not sure if that was something specific to like another DM's realm or my DM's realm, I'll go look it up and I'm like, oh no, okay, that's true to D&D. I can go with that. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. So that's cool. This is going to be really interesting to do. So the big thing that I had forgot to do, and then I was prepping to do, and then there was just a lot of stuff happening and I got distracted. I did not send myself the files.
Oh,
So I don't have my files to look at in here. So I'm gonna go do that real quick. With that being said, I mean, we are 50 minutes in, and we are just kind of getting started, getting warmed up. The idea is going to be we're going to start the talk, because we're going to go through all of we're probably just going to go through what I mentioned before, like the history, the influence, the intent, the reasoning, and then we might pause after that to do our first drink.
Perfect.
And we will do a poll at that time. We will poll chat to see if you guys want to do the cocktail or the shot. And whichever one y'all want, we'll do that one first. And then we will continue on to the other documents, which are going to talk more about specific gods. Specifically, what were like some of the more prominent and influential gods per edition and even per setting. That was another thing that I wanted to really kind of dive into. So give me a few minutes. I'm going to pop an ad. It's going to only be a 1-minute ad, but that should give us a good amount of time, so nobody's going to get pre-rolls. So hopefully y'all don't hate me for doing this, but it's not for the money. It's so we can actually have people come in a little bit easier. But I'm just going to walk away while I'm doing that. Once the ad is done, Kage will be here to chat and hang out anyway. So yeah, please stick around. I do apologize, but it's just 1 minute, and it's to help out new people coming in. So appreciate you. Kage will be right back.
What's that?
Wait, is anybody getting an ad?
I don't see one pop up yet.
It says it's... Huh.
Well,
It says it popped an ad. I don't know. I was expecting like the screen to go blank or something, but it says 30 seconds remaining. So it may be that an ad's gonna pop in about 20 seconds, y'all. So we'll see what happens. Let me know when I get back.
oh, that's interesting, Vixie. Subscribers don't see the ads. Got it. Got you. Okay, that's clean. Yeah, Hecate, I don't know if you can hear me because you are a subscriber and you probably didn't get the ad, but I'm looking at your readout for this god. That looks very cool. Like, that is a clean picture. I don't know how, if you got AI to create that, but that looks beautiful. But the whole idea of like a god of like deals and packs and stuff, like that's where a lot of my my demons, like they dabble in those types of things. Like they have like demons that affect other parts, and they have like they rule over other aspects of things, but that's what a lot of their focus is trying to screw with people, and they have like their own little rules. So having like somebody who's like a god over like all of that area, almost like you call him Hades or whatever. But no, that's very clean. I want to read through this because I don't have something like that. That is very cool. Night Cafe. Night Cafe. Is that like an anime? Oh, Night Cafe is the AI generator. That's good to know. I'm curious if they they cost money. I'll have to look into that. Oh, that's right. I saw that in the chat. What was he talking about? Which anime was that? Wild. What anime is that from? Oh, why can't I think of that? isn't that where the butler's the devil or something like that? Wild. But no, that is clean. That is very clean. And I'm curious because his powers, do they work like that in the anime? I'm gonna have to ask Vortex when he gets back what anime that was from, but that's so clean. I have an entire Pinterest board based around D&D memes and items slash. See, that's fire. I'm on Instagram all the time, and I'm always seeing these epic like homebrew creations from different creators on there, and I've always wanted to just collect a bunch of them and create like an epic library of a bunch of these like homebrew, but it's so hard for me to find a place to like get them and gather them all in one place efficiently enough. So I always end up losing too many of them. Whatever, don't judge me. Just kidding. But yeah. Love Night Cafe because once you get an account, you get free credits. You get free credits and give you 5 credits a day for free, which is like 10. That's wild. Okay. I might have to mess with that because I've definitely been looking for something to help me create like specific art. Like I have an idea in my head of something I want to create, and I usually just go to Google and start searching up something, and sometimes I get some good stuff, sometimes I don't. But if I can find something to help me create exactly what I'm looking for, I was able to do it a couple of times, but you only get a couple of like the credits you're talking about for free, and then you gotta just suck it up. So I was able to get like one creation. It was actually pretty cool. It was like this Iron Man armor for a armorer artificer. But she's a female, so I wanted it to look kind of like War Machine. Anyways, it turned out looking pretty good. So that's definitely gonna be cool. I'll have to check that out.
Did you catch the reference that I thought it was?
Okay, yes, that's what I was gonna ask you. What anime is he from?
That was from Black Butler.
That's what it was, Black Butler.
So as soon as I pulled it up, he was like, "Look at this god," and I pulled it up, and I'm like, because my brain, just the way it works, it knew the anime, but the first name was the kid because he had like the shorter hair.
Right.
I was like, "Is that CL?" And then I read the description. I'm like, "That sounds like the Butler," and then I'm like, is this a reference to being able to be like C? Because at first, because I had only skimmed it, I hadn't really read it. So I saw the picture,
skimmed it, mess with deals and stuff like that?
Well, yeah, CL Phantom Hive basically made a deal with the devil, who is the butler, or a demon, who is the butler, and basically that's their whole deal, is like the butler can basically do whatever he needs to as long as until CL gets whatever he needs, whatever the deal was for, and then he gets a soul.
Interesting.
So, but the whole idea is, I thought it, like when I first skimmed it and saw the picture, I'm like, so are you like suggesting that this is a way that you can play a CL Phantom Hive character and get this deal? But then I reread it when I finally read it, because that was just my first response, and then I went back and read it. I'm like, oh no, I was wrong. It's actually more like this is the actual butler and not the one who actually makes the deal with the butler. So that's, my thought was like, when I read that, I'm like, that literally, and as soon as I read it in that context, I'm like, oh, this is the butler. This is 100%. And then he was like, no, some other anime. And I'm like, it's amazing how two different, sources.
That's wild.
Can lead to that same outcome.
So what was the anime that he originally? Hold on,
I forget. Hecate, what was the name of the anime that you actually got that one from?
That's wild.
Okay, so sent myself the files. I just looked them over. I see what I was trying to do, but
is it not how you thought it was?
Sometimes I question what I don't know if I was like in the middle of something and then didn't finish it. So some of my notes don't
exactly
seem
what you're talking about.
consistent. So
That's 100%.
I'm gonna take a minute or two to look them over because I don't think.
I love reincarnated as a slime. Diablo. Is that? That's that one. Gosh, that one crazy, like uber powerful, like demon dude that like shows up kind of towards the end of I think season 1 or 2. Hold on, let me see if I can find a picture of him.
It's a little better. Oh, you know what? Just being in this small confined space just yet.
Right? Disrespectful. None of these are even the right characters anymore. There he is.
Is that even helping? I don't want to
Demon
blind you when
Lord.
you look up.
Me? No, I'm okay.
This isn't blinding. This is
That's
okay?
not blinded me. Yeah, that's fine. Let's
Does that even help though?
I think some. For whatever reason, I feel like it's this side of my face that's darker.
Yeah. Well, it's because the sunlight. I was trying to see if I can get you, but I don't want to brighten too much because then it brightens like everything behind you.
That's fair enough.
All right. Well, this probably isn't gonna last all stream, so we'll see.
Oh,
Light's gonna. So oh, hi Lipa. Hey, we were wondering if you were gonna be able to show up before.
yeah.
Before
I
you
was
went
like,
to bed.
maybe we'll catch White Leopard before you go to bed.
So yeah. So I already knew. Lighting is going to be the biggest difficulty today because it's going to change constantly. So we might just have crap lighting all day. I guess it is technically better with it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's less shadow on your face.
Okay.
Okay, so give me just another 2 minutes. I got to make sure that I know how I'm reading my notes, and then we will get started.
Alrighty. Yeah. Love the way they did divine magic. And then yes, the whole structure of that anime was actually really, really cool. Primordial Black Demon. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can put this image in sub chat and you tell me if this is correct. Let me see.
Hello? Hey, Lepa, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate
you.
that. I'm glad you were able to make it.
Awesome. Yes. I was hoping we'd catch you today.
Okay, so this one is
All right.
The use. And that's expectations.
All right, we're gonna try this.
Influence.
See if that works. Oh, it does work. I like that. Cool. If it is this guy, oh my gosh, I really liked that character. Ooh, excuse me. Squeeze. All right. Fire. Very fire. No, that was a very good anime. I really like how they went about a lot of the stuff, even though I feel like they are copying that theme with a lot of, because I started watching this other one, it was Moon something. Gosh, I can't remember, but it was this other dude who kind of got this like was able to get this crazy collection of powers, and I'm like, just like the slime kid. And I was like, it was wild. And he sort of like amassed this entire community, bringing people in, just like uniting a bunch of like what do you call it? Outcasts, I would say. But no, it's definitely a vibe. The reincarnated, they did a good job. Oh, thank you, Soul. Much appreciated. Personally, I like the definition of Marvel or Stargate as goods or gods. Simple, rely, powerful alien. Oh, actually, in Stargate, I really liked the way they did that, because that, you're right. The what was it? The Goa'uld. How they had these symbiotes, and these symbiotes basically imbibed the humans in which they inhabited with these like superhuman powers, kind of like what's his name? The Venom. That's the man's name. Kind of like Venom. And so those people were basically their gods, because they could do things no one could, and they had these rituals, but wildly enough, like you said, they're just aliens. It's
Okay, I know what happened.
it's very interesting. Yeah.
I had a lot of repeat data on one, and it was looks like I had ended up creating 2 files when I only needed 1.
Oh,
So back on track.
all right. Let's get her done.
Venom and Eddie Brock, yeah, always a good combo. But, I mean, let's. I mean, who's better than? Oh damn! Now I was gonna say it. Now I suddenly was gonna say it. I forgot his name. Who was Carnage's host?
Oh.
That was like that was always for me like one of the best combos.
Let me.
Cassidy, thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like Venom and Eddie Brock is a classic, but like there was no better duo, and I don't mean like pair, but I mean there was no better like synergy than there was with Cassidy and Brain. Why?
Carnage.
Wow.
I'm telling you, my brain was doing the same thing earlier. It was like, bro, like, hold on to these freaking words, bro.
Oh, Hoylip cooking pasta. Excellent. And they're here in spirit.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you for the lurk.
All right. Okay, so what are we doing today? We are talking about the broad history of divine magic, the approach and influence of God's divine power. It's gonna be a whole thing. So we are going to be talking about the different approaches across all of the settings and across all the editions. So we are going to be diving into the differences not only between each edition, but the settings within each one, because something like Greyhawk has existed in multiple editions. Planescape, we have Forgotten Realms. Fair. So we have a couple different settings that we want to talk about, but some of these settings have existed and were used in multiple editions. So we kind of want to separate all of that.
Theoretically, are a lot of these settings existing in the same world, so to speak? Universe?
This is what we've talked about before. In terms of, depending on how you want to look at what cosmology you're interested in, because each edition kind of changed the cosmology, right? Like the world axis versus like the world axis cosmology, I think, was then replaced with world axis came later. I forget what the first one was called. But they had a different idea of how basically the cosmos was formed and put together and how you can traverse it. So when you look at it from a Forgotten Realms point of view, yes, all of these exist in the same place. They're all just in different crystal spheres.
Okay. That's the idea.
Yes,
that's what they are.
So
they're
if you think of because like Terrell, like the place of Terrell, that has like 3 or 4 different planets around the planet of Terrell, and that is all in one crystal sphere. So everything that happens there is isolated there. Okay. Greyhawk would be considered its own location, but if you look at different world cosmologies, it could be that these are within a multiverse. So Greyhawk is just another universe next to Planescape, next to Dragonlance, next to Forgotten Realms. It just depends on what cosmology you prefer to dive into. I like to look at it as the crystal spheres. Like that's my preferred because I like Forgotten Realms. I like that methodology, and it makes more sense for me because even though you're meant to be in different crystal spheres, part of the reason why I'm okay with like a little bit of the overlap of the lore is that there are some places that, like, you know, the Fey Wild and everything else like that, that can exist in a dimension that can touch both.
In both, yeah.
Right. So there, that's where I'm like, I allow some leniency with that, but for the most part, they are still divided. Even though the Feywild may touch both of them, it's extreme different ends of the Feywild. So it's not like you just go to the Feywild, walk a little bit, and then you're in a different crystal sphere.
Although I will say traveling around in the Feywild is not like traveling around in the material plane.
Exactly. And then you add on the fact that I also like to add in the concept of the Never Never from the Dresden Files.
Yep.
Makes it even more, you know, more beyond the scale that you're just gonna traverse from one crystal sphere to the other. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely you're gonna do it intentionally? No.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to be talking about the influence on gameplay from both the DM and the player perspective. You know, what the player and the DM are encouraged to do, what they're entitled to do, what they're expected to do. And we're going to talk about... that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's just a lot of different topics. And then I have another, this is just this one file. And then I have another file that we'll do. So we'll probably get about halfway through to the first cocktail, finish this one, do the second cocktail. And then if we want to continue, I have another branch off that we can do where we have some bonus lore.
Bonus lore.
Just a fun little, you know,
Love
fun
some
fact.
bonus lore.
But aside from that, I have a bunch of lists that I put together that I'm really curious if chat would agree with me on. But I have a couple like top 5 lists.
Okay.
Consisting of the most influential, the most well-known, the most powerful gods across editions and settings.
Okay.
So kind of breaking down, you know, who is important when and where. Because you can't do everybody. There's too many. There's dozens.
Of course.
But I think I've boiled it down to the most popular, the most well-known, the most talked about, the most, you know, available in terms of like, you know, because you got to think of like those that are in the core book are way more available and popular than those that were in supplementals.
Sure.
So you kind of have to look at it from the point of view of there may be very, very popular cult icon, you know, cult classic icons, but that's not to say that they are as well known or as popular, right? Like, and that's kind of the direction that I went is there's a difference between popularity and well-knownness.
Yes. I got you. Okay.
So we have a couple of things to go over with that one. So that is going to be our day. We're over an hour in, which is good. I mean, we have a healthy amount of people around here. Let me check everything. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. Maybe I do that there if I need it. Maybe I do that there. I'm trying to figure out where I should read from. And I'm gonna talk. I'll be able to read my notes.
I mean, will it be hard for you to go from facing the direction you were on that screen to me, back and forth, or is that too?
Here we go. This is fine. Since we have plenty of people watching the stream, I don't need to see the camera anymore. Normally, I have to at least watch the camera to make sure everything's good. But everything's pretty good. Everybody's watching it. So I will put my notes here, which means I can watch all of you.
All right.
And then I would say all of you pretty faces, but you're all just a pretty circle to me.
These beautiful colored names.
Well, it's not even that. It's a just dark circle.
Oh,
it's a very
yeah,
pretty
that's fair.
circle with a lot of lights in it because, you know, it distorts everything. Okay, so I have that up. I don't need to watch that. I want that up. I don't need this one. Didn't I have something else pulled up? That's what I want. Cool. All right. So, I guess we can begin our very long stream. Cheers, everybody, for showing up. Thank you very much. And
cheers to all of you, indeed.
I really hope that you all enjoy. Let's see. It is.
Yes,
it is 12:30. We will probably do our first cocktail probably about 1:30 or 2. So
Okay.
We'll see how far we get in the content. I at least want to get an hour into the actual content before we get distracted again. So,
Sure.
Someone give me a ping anytime between 1:30 and 2 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Whenever it seems like we're in a good spot to be reminded. I don't want to, don't interrupt, but if it seems like we're in a good spot to be like, hey, cocktail time, that would be just gonna give me that notice and we'll be good.
Cocktail time.
Okay, so we are talking about gods, divine power, and the influence they had. So talking about the different approaches we have, sorry. Talking about the different approaches, we have the difference between editions and we have settings. So as kind of a quick open up, I'm probably going to be talking about, when I talk about settings, the most common ones that we'll probably be referencing are going to be Greyhawk, Forgotten Realms, Dragonlance, Planescape, Eberron, Dark Sun. These are going to be ones that you're probably going to, be hearing, or at least keep in mind when we're talking about the individual settings. These are going to be, some of those, more classic ones that we're talking about. Trying not to talk about too much about High today.
For sure.
And each of these settings had their own approaches as the editions went on. So Greyhawk, for instance, right? Because each setting had their own list of gods, but each edition treated gods and their influence differently, right? So it's kind of a what kind of, I don't know what kind of bar graph that would be, right? But on one axis, you have the edition, which is how influential in gameplay are the god. And then on this axis is how limited are you to a selection of gods? Because in some editions it was open to interpretation, others it was these are the gods that you have. So
got you.
So there was a kind of a judgment of which gods are you using and how much are you using.
Was that more based on the setting or the edition?
The setting would dictate which gods, the edition would dictate how much usage.
Got it. Okay. One for either axis.
Yeah, that's the idea, is typically the settings would help define. Now, that's not necessarily say that you could only stick to them, but some settings were saying these are the gods that do these things for these reasons, and these are the ones that interact.
Is specifically the god of this.
Yes. Whereas other editions were like, use Norse mythology. Like just use what you know in the real world, right? And then other editions were like, make up your own. So again, the
whatever
edition,
the heck you want.
Yeah. So it was the setting would tell you more specifically if you were limited or had a certain set of gods you needed to know. The edition would just tell you how much do you need to use them and how to use them.
Okay.
So something like Greyhawk, you had like some of its classic gods for use Saint Colbert. That's going to be a name that you guys want to remember for later.
Saint Colbert?
Cuthbert. Sorry.
Saint Cuthbert. Okay.
I gotta make this a little bit bigger. Smaller text. Well, I'm using this newer screen that I'm not used to.
That's fair.
And then Foltest is another god like from Greyhawk.
Okay.
So anybody who's played those modules would be, Saint Cuthbert. That is correct. Do you know Saint Cuthbert, Vixie? Is that? Don't tell me that's in DVD.
Wild.
That would be hilarious.
That would be ridiculous.
But yeah, Saint Cuthbert. That'll be a name for later. Shit. Oh yes, but you did get the spelling right. Good.
Now I'm salty. Wild.
And then so you have something more like Forgotten Realms, who had a very much more sprawling view of gods, right? So their pantheon wasn't more restrictive or focused on any particular god. There was just dozens upon dozens. It really let open the creation for your own. It had a hierarchy of them, but it was much more broad. It wasn't so much focused. Like where Greyhawk was, Greyhawk would have the same names repeat over and over. Forgotten Realms had gods anywhere you went.
Anywhere you went?
Like the more you adventure, the more gods you would meet. Whereas
Right.
with Greyhawk, you'd probably meet the same god more often than not.
But would you say that like I could still go to a town and like they would be talking about gods that I'm familiar with?
Yes, you would still, you would rehear gods, but it's more like the expectation of interaction. With Forgotten Realms, you'd be more likely to experience interactions with more than one god, right? So Forgotten Realms, you might at the end of a campaign have experienced an interaction with 6 or 7 gods. In Greyhawk, it may have been 6 or 7 times, but with 3 of the same gods.
Right.
So you get more of a variety, you get more of an option,
No, I
and
feel that.
you may not have as much of a repetition in something like Forgotten Realms. Dragonlance was a much more like linear storyline. Dragonlance had pretty much a very focused way to play the game, and it was balanced much more with good and evil. And gods were really there to beset the pace. They were there for the ideology of what set the pace for good and evil, and they were much less of a you knew their names, but it was much less of an interaction. It was okay, these gods balance the good and set the goal for if you are a good character, and for those that want to be on the bad balance, these are the gods, and they set the standard for what you need to do to accomplish that. So again, more of a linear mindset, more of a instructional mindset instead of an interactive one.
For sure.
And then Eberron, this is one from 4th edition, because
Yes.
4th edition we'll talk about a little bit later about how they kind of stepped away from the god pantheon. They went in a different direction than the god pantheon.
Interesting.
And so in this particular case, there wasn't, with Eberron, there's not really a lot of direct interaction at all. It's much more about the myth of gods than it is the use of gods.
Interesting.
And then you had something like,
So in a game like that, what would like a cleric look like? Or is that like less of the class?
So, again, there were,
Or was it just
they
like-
were great beings, and there was still power. You could still be a cleric, you could still get divine power, but it was much less of a, you were praying and your god directly answered you. It was more of a, you were infused by the essence that is
the essence
what you
of divinity
follow.
almost? Okay.
Okay. And then something like Dark Sun was another interesting one that I found, where in that particular case, they got rid of the gods in the traditional sense, in terms of like what you would think of gods are absent. They're not there. And in place of that were things called sorcerer kings. Basically, they were
Interesting.
elemental powers, or they were like sorcerer kings that were divided by like their elemental powers, and they would dominate like the landscape. So essentially, uber powerful mortals, ruled by mages instead of gods. In the absence of gods, the most powerful humans will rule, kind of thing.
Would you say in a scenario like that then like players or other PCs could ascend to those positions?
It wasn't
in those.
It was more meant that this particular setting was run by these mortal power sources.
But they're already established.
Yeah, so there's the sorcerer kings. They all have their elemental functions, or at least their elemental focuses, and the most powerful of them rule. And there are no gods to question them. So whatever they deem, whatever their powers allow them to do,
Right.
they will do on their own. So that was that kind of approach. So as we can see, that
Is that also 4th edition?
no, Dark Sun I think has been across most of the editions. I think Dark Sun's
Really?
been I want to say Dark Sun at least was 3rd and 4th edition, but I may be wrong on that. But I remember Dark Sun from quite a long ago. Google it real quick to see what edition Dark Sun started, or at least what year Dark Sun came out. But I just wanted to kind of go through these because again, this is more specific to how the editions treated them, right? Like it's kind of showing off how the editions decided to either limit or expand the types of gods you could utilize as a DM, or that you could interact with as a player. Versus the editions, again, are going to kind of give us the idea of how much of that interaction are you going to give.
2nd edition was when Dark Sun showed up.
All right, so Dark Sun has been a godless territory since the beginning.
It says 2nd edition and 4th edition.
So it probably just wasn't used as a module. And that makes sense though if 4th edition picked it up from 2nd, because 4th edition wanted to go away from the god concept. So it kind of makes sense that they would pick up a module that already had that mentality.
Yeah. That's fair. Okay, very cool.
So of course we all know, like, you know, like the basic influence of deities, right? You have characters of divine magic sources. So, you know, the traditional, you know, clerics, paladins, some consider druids to have a divine source of power, even though it's not God-based. There have been, you know, several editions that have insinuated that druids are basically, their magic is on the divine level, because it's
interesting.
You know, it's interactive with, you know, nature itself.
Right.
So,
right.
And again, first edition, we saw this, you know, druid was one of those prestige classes when we did the history of prestige classes. And it was, you know, kind of it was a subclass of cleric at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it made sense that from the beginning,
actually,
they've always considered the natural magic of druids to be on a different, and one could argue higher level than standard mortal magic. Because it's always been considered that divine level. But again, the level at which that power comes from a deity or a god specifically varies edition to edition, and the involvement of what they have to do to appease said deity. You know, whether that can lead to quests or requests by the god, or you know, whether it can lead to rewards or punishments. All of that varies based on which edition you apply. And that's, again, why I kind of like that scale idea, if we had a visual of it. But that idea scale of the edition will tell you this, like, how much, and then the setting will tell you who or what.
No, I do like that.
So as a quick summary, because it is going to be a lot that we're going to cover today, but as a quick summary, and this is going to kind of sound exactly like what I said before, but this is what I had ended up finding, is you have the OD&D, so before first edition, before Advanced Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay.
It was basically minimal influence on almost all levels. This is back when it was more all of a narrative backdrop. And this was when it was highly influenced by common real world mythos. So it was just, how do we explain this happening? How do we explain that happening? It's the idea behind, they needed things and they already had explanations. So let's just throw in what people know, because then you don't have to go and build out a whole new book to explain these things. People just, it's already kind of known, in the pop culture.
They already have their own history, and so just use the history that exists for them.
Exactly.
Got it.
First edition was the first one to really kind of push it towards an actual influence base. So instead of it just being part of the story, part of the plot, part of the setting in the background, first edition was like, well, clerics created these gods, right? So, like, technically the clerics get the power from the god. There should be kind of like an interaction here, right? So it was more, it wasn't as much of a full-on gods come down and talk to you, but there was more there. There was definitely a relationship starting to be built.
Interesting.
And then
that was first edition.
That was first edition. So you can you would see things up, maybe up into like a divine intervention. Maybe you'd get some extra inspiration for something, or perhaps your god would help you in a situation. But it was very minimal. It was only on the peak of occasions, or in certain situations where you could get something like a divine intervention. But outside of that, it was just a more characterized relationship in the role. It wasn't until second edition that, especially when you get into like Forgotten Realms and Dragonlance, where they went full into the idea that gods exist, you interact with them already, so let's see what interacting with gods can look like. And that's where we get, and again, that makes sense. This is where I started, and it makes a lot of influence of like why High Point is so structured, because this is where we get the idea behind the power flow from the god to their followers, to the clerics, to the paladins. We get more interaction, we get more examples and encouragement of being able to essentially talk to these gods, learn from them, utilize them, other than just use them as an explanation.
Right.
They are now a tool and a mechanic that the player is utilizing. It's not just an explanation of why your power works. It is now how you can make your power work.
Yeah. And I feel like for me, a lot of the times when when you add that type of depth to it, it gives the player an opportunity to bring a lot more life to what they're trying to do, and give them a completely new dimension to interact with. Because it's like, hey, if I can develop this relationship, if I can talk to I can get to know them, I can understand what it is that they're looking for, I can understand how to barter favor with them. It's like, when you figure out like you're good at gambling or whatever the case may be, is you can use that to your advantage. You can use this to your, I think it's super valuable.
But the biggest drawback, and it wasn't seen at the time, but it was over time, and then as we went to different editions, you'll see that this was a more of a apparent drawback to second edition. And we're going to see this. This is why second edition, I think, did the best setup for all of it, but third edition had some of the best tweaks.
Okay.
So I like second edition's overall foundation, but third edition had a couple of different tweaks. But the thing about second edition is that because that flow of energy and because that relationship was fully now established, it was also, there was we'll see in the details, there was a more of an expectation on the player, both role play as well as representation of what you actually do, to be in line with your deity. So if your deity, like for instance, if your deity had a favorite animal or a favorite creature, even if it's a monster, if it had a favored creature, and even if you were being attacked, if you were to, or if you not necessarily be attacked, because self-defense would be one suggestion, but let's say you follow a deity and you go out hunting and you kill its favored animal. That would be looked on and punished by your deity. Like, they would go out and be like, how dare you insult me? You're a cleric and you just killed our icon. Like, that would be something that second edition would look at and was expected. So the idea that if a cleric, or let's say your god had a virtue, a vow, and you as a cleric did something that was against it, that would be something that was just not like second edition. It wasn't like you couldn't do it, but it was that whole thing we've talked about before, where
there will be
you had to understand why,
yeah.
and you have to also explain in a good reason, why are you going to you played a cleric for this god? Why would you? You would know better, right? So it wasn't so much railroady as it was you had a much higher expectation to actually follow through with the pantheon you follow. It wasn't just, I want this god because this is the spell he gives me. It was, I want this god because he gives me these spells and this is what he wants me to do with them.
Yeah.
He wants me to act this way. And that's where again,
and I do get that.
It can feel railroady, but that's why Forgotten Realms gave you so many. It's kind of like how we were talking about alignment.
It's a very, very similar vibe. It's where it feels like you're being forced to, but in reality, it's the explanation for.
Yes.
Not you being forced to, but it's like, hey, why would I do X, Y, and Z? Well, it's because this is what your God is all about, and you've pledged yourself to him, and again, you genuinely believe it, unless you're like, no, I'm pretending to be this cleric of this god, and I'm actually going through with it because I want this god to actually give me his power. I want to actually get to like do something. Like maybe I'm also a level in warlock, and I have a deal with a warlock to get this god's power and do his bidding with it without him.
There you go.
Shit. Like,
there you go.
Like, you could do all of that and play with. So I definitely get how it's not meant to say no, you can't do this, but it's to explain why you would do
exactly.
This
it should never be the barrier. It should be the motivation.
Yeah.
And that's where second edition, that's where people started to find fault is, there were a ton of gods you could follow. So therefore you could find another god that had the same spell that he would give you, but also give you the virtues that you want to follow. But it's that whole player entitlement. This is where you started to see, not in second edition, but third edition, when you see how they started to appease people, this is where that player entitlement starts, because you have such a large pantheon of gods. If you like this god because he gave you a certain spell and you're trying to min-max it, but you don't like all the restrictions, like then just go choose a different god that has that spell and has the restrictions that you want.
Yeah.
But there's a thing that happened in players' minds eventually where they're like, but no, I've chosen to follow that god because in my headcanon, it looks the best. And I don't mean like physically, like, because they're going to dress like it, but like the idea is to them, it's like, no, that works the best. And it's like, but it doesn't, obviously. And that's where it's like, that's why I like the idea of how I've taken High Point and what Forgotten Realms encourage is I've created a pantheon to where no matter the player, they could describe the most outlandish character they want and say, I guarantee, and be like, I want to be a cleric, but I want to be able to do this spell, this. I want to be able to act this way. They could give me the most outlandish description, and I'd be like, yeah, there's a god for that. Because that's what Forgotten Realms gave us, is the idea that if you want to have divine magic, so be it. It doesn't have to be complicated. You don't have to be restricted. Just how do you want to use it? And let's make it work. And that's why I love the expansion of High Point, because once you get to that idea of a pantheon of gods, that literally someone's, and then think about this, think about someone who gives you something so outlandish and crazy, you're like, you know what? There isn't a god for that. But you know what there is now? A power vacuum.
Right?
Because the moment you believe in it, the moment one person starts it there, and it's a minuscule one, but if that person can go out and be a cleric of a power vacuum and get someone else to believe it, that power vacuum grows.
I'm telling
and
you.
And if you get more people, that power vacuum grows. And if you're the only person, guess who that power vacuum is gonna be linked to?
It's so funny because we were just talking about the TikTok that went out the other day, where I was talking about my player that wanted
to
create the toast. Like, that's exactly how that worked. It's like there was not a toast religion, but you wanted it. You wanted that ability. You wanted that, and guess what? You wanted it into existence. You know, and it was great. It was great, and I really think that's how it should be.
Exactly. So that's why I don't think it is a big of a deal, but player entitlement over the years turned it into, when people see that, they're like, I don't want to be required to go do what my god wants. It's like, then why would you be a cleric? Like, but I want all these other abilities. It's like, then go be a mage that has the same spell. Like, there's a spell for every cleric. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, people have it in their head that it's like, no, I want to be this thing, but without having to do the thing to be that thing. And it's like, that's not, I don't think that's how it should work, but I'm
go follow the god of I want to do what I want to do. like the god of what, self-empowerment, something like that.
Yeah. So that was over the years, that was one of the bigger drawbacks that second edition saw. So what third edition had done, and this is, again, it wasn't really seen until third edition made the adjustment that people were like, oh yeah, that's really bad. So what third edition did was the mechanical influence stayed. Right? The flow of energy, the concept, the ability to interact all stayed with third edition. But instead of it being on the player, you know, because first edition was more of their, you know, OD&D in first edition, it was in the lore. Gods were out there. In OD&D, they were just out there. It was how we explained things. And in first edition, it was how we explained why clerics can do things. In second edition, they were things you could interact with, but you also had to follow what they want. Hydrate and posture check. Thank you,
Hecate.
Or Hecate, sorry. I just saw the H. So you had second edition where it was, hey, you have an entity that you can interact with now, but it also has expectations of you. So what third edition did was said, hey, you have all of that. You have a deity, and you have the interaction, you have the flow, and you have all of that. However, we're gonna back off of the heavy expectations of you. Like, we're not going to have this grandiose list of, if you're a cleric, these are the things you're going to be expected to do, right? It was alleviating the player from having to pay attention to the deity's, like, actual religion. You know what I mean? So it's like, you can follow a deity for the abilities it gave you, and because it's a good god, like, oh, I want to follow them because they're a good god, they're about justice, and they give me this power. Third edition was like, okay, cool, that's enough. You don't have to also know that they care about this, and you can't do this, and you protect this, and if you see this happening, you have... Second edition was about that. They were like, cool, you want that god with those three things, but then you have all of these others you have to pay attention to. Third edition was like, these are listed if you want it, but the god doesn't care. The god just cares about these things over here. Just do these things, be good, use this power, do it in his name, he's fine.
Okay.
These are just extra things if you want to go if you want to go the extra mile yourself, right? That's what third edition said. But in order to keep the interaction going, because that's how second edition brought that interaction, it gave rewards and punishments for all of these extra little tasks that you were essentially required to do. Third edition said, hey, we want to give you...
That reminds me of that anime that we were talking about a second ago, solo leveling. Because he interacts with this, like, computer, and it gives him, like, little missions. And if he doesn't do the missions, he gets punished. And if he does do the missions, then he gets heavily rewarded.
Hey, chat, let me know, how's Kage's voice levels? I just want to make sure that his mic is in a good position.
Oh, yes, please.
I'm actually curious because we haven't tried you talking over it before like that.
That
Usually
is
we've
fair.
only had to talk directly, so I'm curious if your voice has dropped since you've moved it.
Yeah.
But if not, if it's fine, then it's cool. You're showing up fine on my side. I just don't know how it actually sounds because I don't have any playback. I just want to know, does chat notice anything different? Because we've always assumed we had to be really
right on top of it, and I'm kind of definitely over top of it, especially looking up at you. But,
yeah. Okay. So chat, let us know if we need to adjust his mic at all. But yeah, so what third edition said, okay, so you are just a bit smaller in volume. So they can hear you fine, but if you were directly into it, you'd be a little louder.
Okay.
So the difference with third edition, they were like, hey, we don't want all of these menial tasks that you're required to do, but we still want you to have the ability. So instead of it being forced on you through these menial tasks, what third edition did was they shifted the focus to the gods are now much more a part of the campaign. So instead of it just being the lore, instead of it just explaining your abilities, instead of it just being a deity or an entity that you can interact with now it was as you're gaming through your campaign, the conflicts the god is going through are going to affect the world around you, and those will be the things you can interact with. You may go to a town and you may see a warring god, like your god has a nemesis, and you may see a cleric there attempting to build a church. That's now a side quest that you can go do for your god. Instead of you being someone who can't go kill that animal because it's your favorite gods, or you have to go help these people because your god really says that any chance you get, you have to do that. That was second edition. This is more of as you campaign, what your god is going through is affecting the world. And obviously because you're a follower, you're a cleric, you see it through his eyes. So whereas shit just happens in the world, you see it from the viewpoint of how the deity is being affected. And it's giving you side quests, it's giving you plot points, and it's much more about involving the like quests, basically giving you opportunities to do quests instead of medial tasks to interact with your god.
Okay.
So that's what third edition did, is it opened up the idea of your god is not watching every little thing you do, but your god still needs you if you want it. And there'll be things that the DM was encouraged to place, little breadcrumbs to let you go and help out. And sometimes you'd be direct. Sometimes the god would just flat out give you a quest. Other times it would just be you go into a town, you go to your local church, and they tell you that they're having problems.
Right.
And now you have to decide, well, are we too busy, or I have a gang of party members that's all adventurers. What's your problem? Let's fix it.
Let's go handle it.
So that's where people got the taste of that, and they were like, well, yeah, screw the medial tasks. I don't want to be told what I can't do. And that's where, like, again, it wasn't third edition's intent, but I think once players kind of got a little bit more of that freedom, it was when it slowly became that whole thing of like, yeah, change the rules, make it easier for me to do exactly what I want. Like, I can see the breadcrumbs of that player entitlement beginning in these early stages, because I remember people like talking about, like we've talked about, like following religions and how much does it actually matter.
Right. Yeah.
So fourth edition, and again, we're still in the summary. Fourth edition was a much bigger change because they went away from the standard like god cosmology, and it was much more focused on it was much less about direct interactions with gods and much more about the flows of power, I guess. It was kind of weird. Again, they really kind of went away with the idea that the gods were the center of all power. The gods were just part of the power, and the interaction kind of became there.
Interesting.
And then with 5e, they've kind of shifted a little bit. So they've gone much more heavy back into the original concept of they've still maintained gods within the lore. Like, gods are still very, very important. The influence of gods on the campaigns is still very important. But the idea behind the direct interactions, divine intervention, having to follow what they want, getting a chance to do anything, that's very much available, but less encouraged. That even things like being able to get abilities through domains and oaths instead of a divine power, right? The idea that the divine or a god has to be a part of the equation has just been let go. They're like, hey, gods are an option. If you want to be a cleric that has a god and the DM wants to create an entity that you can talk to, sure. But otherwise, do you want to just be a cleric that has these spells for no reason other than you want it? Sure. It's It's literally gods are there if you want it. It's all still available, but there's no encouragement. There's no direct benefit outside of what kind of gameplay do you want? Because I say no benefit, like the DM could make a lot of benefit saying if you interact with a god, like you can get, divine intervention. But mechanically speaking, 5th edition said you can get anything you want and it doesn't matter the source. So if you want to be a cleric or a paladin, but you don't want to be religious, you don't have to. And it really opened up the idea behind gods are an option, but they're more part of the lore than they are part of the expectation of the experience.
That's fair. That's fair.
So that's just the summary. That's what I found, and that's basically what we're gonna kind of just go into each one. I have a little bit more details for each one. But yeah, that's basically, and I think that's kind of on par with what my prediction was, based off my experience and my understanding.
Okay.
And it's just about 1 o'clock, which is good. So we have a little bit of time. Got a little bit of time to keep on going. But let's jump back all the way to 1st edition, or to early origins. So OD&D 1st edition had a lot of overlaps. Just the biggest change between the two was the change from they're just part of the storyline to they now explain how things work. That's the big shift. The major and only shift between OD&D and 1st edition is they went from gods exist in the story to, well, how do things actually work? Well, these gods are the reason why. So that's the big shift there. But even from the very beginning, they were not integral to the storyline. They were just part of the world. You know what I mean? They were just, there was a god that created things. There was a god that did this. But other than that, it was trivial to a mortal what the gods were doing, and it was trivial to the gods what the mortals were doing. There was no purposeful interaction. There was no need for interaction. It's kind of like imagine in the real world the day-to-day concept of the average religious person at any given point in time, right? You just kind of going about your day-to-day life and just, you're religious, you have beliefs, you have virtues, you have an idea of what's out there.
But your God's not coming down giving you a high five every so often.
Yeah, you're constantly in a phase of, yeah, they're out there, right? Yeah, they're out there. Like, it's just that faith. It's just that constant faith. And the gods are just like, we know the ants exist. Oh, you mean the bigger ants? Yeah. Oh, the two-legged ants. Yeah, that talk to me. Those ones. Yeah. What about them? You know what I mean? Like, I think it was just this blasé idea of it was just part of the story. It wasn't important, but it did give you the backdrop of what was going on in the greater scenery.
That also kind of reminds me of that show Chaos I was telling you about with the Greek mythology, because they definitely viewed humans as ants.
And then the biggest difference too is in OD&D, it was all the traditional pantheon, mostly Norse mythology, and then a couple Germanic, Irish, Scottish variants as well. But they stayed pretty traditional, very basic. First edition did slightly encourage. They did encourage DMs to use the same, just use a pantheon that's that because again, it was only for the story. It was only to explain things, right? If you wanted to, use Zeus over Odin, they were just like, just use what you know. It's just a story. But they also said, but if you want, you can also give them their own names. So you could, have badibidibidoo,
right? Be this person instead of.
So it's like, the idea behind, you can now have, Daragrath, the god of suns, and it doesn't matter, right? It's still enrich your story. It's starting to encourage you to enrich your story and your narrative, but it has nothing to do with what the players are going to interact with. It's just how much more enrichment do you want? That's not what they can read about in the book.
Right.
How much uniqueness. And again, it's unique that you see that in first edition because they're starting to realize, like, we have a lot of content and we're making modules, but people really that's what we did. Gygax, Dave Anderson's, or Arson, they sat down and created a world. And in OD&D that was great, but like by first edition, they were like, but we've told people what we did, but how do we get them to do it themselves?
Right.
Because nowadays, again, there's that mindset of like, here's what exists, but it's like, it always started with, well, let people create that idea. So first edition, the big change was, hey, use anything that you know, but feel free to create your own to make the story more enriching.
I like it. I like it a lot.
And then, yeah, between all of that, use of gods again was pretty much, there were no rules in any of the core rulebooks for using gods. Again, it was all just in the background. It was all just narration. And beyond that, there was no significant influence on gameplay. Gods.
Did you get most of the lore from the core rulebooks, or was a lot of it in like supplemental, like setting documentation type stuff?
It was both. It's the core rule books, like Player's Handbook DMG, would have snippets and stories and things, and then the supplementals and the modules. The modules I think had the most.
Okay.
When you actually bought a module or the box set, that's when you would get, a chapter on the individuals, the deities, their histories, and it just grew every time you got a new module. Every time you got a new supplemental, more information would be given, and then you had, I think even in like something akin to like the monster manuals, like the rules encyclopedia would have full sections on the individuals as well. So it was a combination of everything. There was no one location for all of it, which is why it's like if you go to the Forgotten Realms wiki, some entries are just so basic simply because they were literally a paragraph excerpt from a DMG, and that's all we know.
Right.
But we have a name.
That's crazy.
And because that paragraph may have described the deity, right? But there may be another supplemental that uses that deity's name. And in the player's handbook, there may be a story about a different deity, and then in that story, this deity is mentioned several times. But it's not. But it's only in this paragraph do we actually have any information on it. So if you go to their wiki, it'll be like, oh, they interacted with all these people, but who are they? Tiny little one description of who they are, no picture, and that's how it worked. You would have a story about one person and have 5 names dropped in that story, and then in a different book, you'd have a 1 paragraph description of one of those characters. Then you go to a different book and get a whole chapter on a different character, who has also 5 different names of different characters. You know what I mean? Wild. And it's just a web that they had to put together.
That's pretty awesome. I mean, I get like how challenging that in and of itself can be, because who knows if you've even found everything or not. You'd have to like legit check every source possible to know, like, is there any other place? Like there's this one guy I found on TikTok not too long ago, and he just drops Marvel lore, right? Yeah. And I love the way he presents it, but like some of the stuff that he researches and like the obscure places he finds some things, like it is wild. Like,
oh yeah, you gotta do some deep digging sometimes. And that's why I'm just like,
I know a lot of people, they do this kind of like you, because they have a vast knowledge of the field, right? And so he probably already has a vast knowledge of,
he knows where to look. The biggest thing about having a vast knowledge of the field is it's not memorizing the knowledge, it's knowing where to look.
Yes, you gotta give it proper place.
Wait, when did that happen? Oh, I see.
What happened?
I just realized that that sub earlier was Vixie gifting it. I didn't see that it was a gifted sub earlier.
Oh, wow!
I just saw this. I just saw the sub happen. I didn't. I got to get better at actually looking at the feed. So yeah. So influence was very minimal. You weren't really expected to ever have any like interaction. Just kind of more real world-ish. And so yeah, just all. And then even from the player perspective, right? So if you're going into a first edition, or even at the time of first edition, players understood that gods were used either thematically or narrative. Like, you weren't a cleric expecting to pray to your god and have a conversation. You weren't ever expecting divine intervention. The idea that your god would interact with you just wasn't there. It was they are there to explain, why you have certain beliefs.
They're the thing that you pray to. Yeah.
Yeah. They're literally just there to explain the background. So even with the player expectations, role playing with God, the closest you would get is saying you prayed and then go to bed. Like, there would be no need to say a prayer or what you prayed for. It would just be, if you wanted to role play your character, you'd be like, oh, of course I pray, and then go to bed. It wouldn't be a thing outside of an additive role. Or I stop by my church and I pray while you guys go shopping.
Now, I'm assuming this is the answer to this question is just going to be it's up to the DM, which is honestly how it should be. But I know that there are a lot of times where I'm looking at situations like this, and even if in my day-to-day life I don't have any interaction with my god like that, if I'm a cleric, I'm probably and I like role playing like that, like I'm probably going to call out to my god if I ever get into a situation like a dire situation, everybody's down, you know, like we might as well be TPK right now, right? Like I'm gonna call out and I'm gonna be like, yo, God, do something for me.
And so in OD&D, that would be great cinematically, and that's exactly how it would be treated, and everybody would expect it to be treated that way. If you did that in OD&D, you would do the cry out as like a cutscene, and then there would be a TPK. Like that would be expected. Nobody would be upset about that, and everyone would be like, dude, that was cool. Like, God, what? Like everyone would think it was really cool. But first edition would have been like, hey, DM, gods are there, right? Like it was the first time you could have considered.
Interesting.
You know, it was the idea that.
And I do have to.
It was, and again, it wasn't an. It wasn't. Well, so yeah, because it wasn't. It was the first time they considered it. Because moving on, I mean, we were done with OD&D now because players had no more expectations. So let's go into first edition, right? So actually, first edition introduced a structure to the gods and pantheons. So this is why we understand a little bit more about why they wanted more of an encouragement to use them instead of just use them to explain. You know, it's not just in the background. Now it's now they're the source, and here's the reason. And we actually got it. What was really fun. Most people will know the name of Legends and Lore is the book. That's what most people will know it by. But it was actually originally titled Deities and Demigods. It actually got retitled to Legends and Lore.
Interesting. I like the first title.
But yeah,
though.
Deities and Demigods actually gave us the structure of the pantheon. And it was basically dedicated to the various gods. So this gave us a lot of like chapters or at least blurbs about the various gods, their mythologies, their backgrounds, their virtues. And it gave a combination of the real world versions and the D&D now crafted ones, like the ones that Gary Gygax had created. So we're now seeing AD&D say, hey, here's some examples of real world. Go with what you know. Here's some stuff we created.
Check it out if you want to play with it, see what happens.
And then in second edition, they started to go the whole, you want to do your own?
Come on.
And yeah, so with this one, again, this one went from just explaining in the backdrop to, well, now they're sources of these powers. So now let's start understanding why a cleric has its power, right? And this was still incorporating them into more of the mechanics, right? So we've gone from lore to now we're more introducing them mechanic,
right,
as a source of power. And then as in terms of influence on gameplay, however, it was better in terms of how the spellcasters got their abilities. And it was leaning more into, well, now you're following kind of a specific god. So now you have kind of more of a reason to justify certain things, you know, instead of in OD&D where it was just, you were just a cleric, as in you were a healer. First edition was like, you were a cleric of this person. So you obviously are of a good alignment or a bad alignment. It was just a very bare minimum, but it gave you purpose. It gave you another thing to utilize as part of it. Okay. And then, and again, this was the first part where they wanted to start having some sort of what we would call divine intervention. So it's not as interacted yet. So you're not praying and having conversations. Your God's not coming down and patting you on the back. But they did add in the ability. So before it was just gods were just there in the background. Now that they actually have purpose, gods actually they were there in the world now. So they could actually do stuff. And in fact, in first edition, DMs were told that deities actually had control and influence over things like resurrection spells.
Interesting.
So for instance, if you've done something to displease your deity, or if you were going to resurrect someone who your deity would not want to be resurrected, you as a DM could reject the resurrection. Let's say you're a deity of a good god who hates evil, and one of your party members is evil, and you try to resurrect them. You could, as a DM, be like, your god won't let you resurrect an evil character.
Wild.
So you could. So it wasn't so much the expected that the player can use the deity, but the DM could.
What about?
And this is where the god could, if the character was like, I really want to do this, the DMs were encouraged to have the god give out a quest in exchange. Be like, fine, if you want my power to do that, go do this. And guess what? With Resurrection, they got a timer.
Very much so.
So the idea behind it was they're no longer just part of the story. They're now part of the mechanic. Use them. And it was more letting the DM use them in situations like this. But again, very minimal, but it gave more of that role play aspect to the players to be able to utilize. In terms of some of the expectations that we would have from this, of course, that they'd be more than narrative figures, but they would also be influential in terms of how you play your character, slightly, not restrictive, but influential, and they could technically intervene. Not divine intervention on a grand scale, but they could intervene in the campaign and be a possible option for the party to get a new quest. And this is where the DMs were starting to be encouraged to incorporate gods more into the campaign and more into the setting. So OD&D was like, hey man, there's gods that exist, blah, blah, blah. First edition was like, hey, gods exist, they're entities, they have power, use them. Like, explain why things happen. You know what I mean? Like, don't just explain away that the grand flood happened because floods happen. Use the gods and say they got pissed and that's why the flood happened, right?
Right.
Like you can really make it part of the story, part of the campaign, and they can be a reason why you do something. So helping the DM expand the storyline and giving them more outlets. And again, DM usage for it was a lot of DMs would end up using it mainly for plot points, campaign, turns. Usually it was it was more bane than boon. Like they would be more obstacles than help.
Right.
You're not praying for extra rolls. You're not praying for inspiration or anything else like that. It was pretty much if you were interacting in any way with the god, it was probably because they were getting in your way. Giving you a quest, giving you it may help in the end, but it was a DM tool.
It's more about you giving them what they want than them giving you what you want.
Yeah. Well, I would say that in their setting, gods are more of an outside force. So clerics and paladins are basically just like vents that just kind of like let the power.
Interesting.
So not so much a direct, you have a link to my power, you're using my power, but this is more of the gods exist and there's enough, and that player just happened to tap into it, so they have a little bit of a
interesting
of a flow.
So they're definitely not going to get any sort of interaction with that god. They're just like, all right, you're what do you call it? Hanging off my coattails.
Yeah, pretty much. It kind of sounds a little bit like that. And then, so player expectation in first edition, there was more of a formalization. So players were expected to be able, they had a better expectation of what gods were and what their purpose was. Mm-hmm. So, you could expect that it wasn't, you would expect that there's going to be more stories. You would expect that there are going to be more gods to pay attention to. And you expect that it's important to know that. As in, before, if you ran into a cleric, you guys were just two healers. Now in first edition, a cleric could expect that asking another cleric or looking at their holy symbol and looking at what cleric they are, what god they're from, is now important to gameplay. In OD&D, it didn't matter. Two clerics passing in the night are just two healers, two monks.
Clerics, yeah.
But in first edition, it's you cleric of good, bad, no, who throw up your holy sign. You know what I mean? Like the idea behind they could be a ally, they could be a neutral, or they could be a enemy
of your god. Like you were talking about earlier, like certain gods and certain pantheons are opposed to each other, and like Like imagine if you're like a cleric of undeath. Like so that's also something that I think it was Hoylepa that was talking about earlier. They had a conversation, like they were the DM and they had a conversation with one of their players who was a life cleric, and they took and were wielding this hammer of undeath.
Oh,
and they lost their powers from it.
Yeah,
they lost their powers and their ability to cast because you are.
I agree.
Aligning. That's what I said.
I agree.
Like, you're aligning yourself with our visceral opposite in order to do my work. No,
100%.
No.
I am 100% agreeing with that, and that's what first edition wanted.
Yes.
They didn't want this. They didn't want a huge they didn't want deities to be a new character. They just wanted deities to have a purpose and be used as tools. So that's what we're talking about. Is players could expect that deities would be around. They could expect that in their standard gameplay, knowing what another cleric is kind of important.
Yeah,
that could interact. That could change the way they role play the situation.
Very much so.
And same thing with paladins. It gave them more than just the righteous character. It gave them a righteous character with now virtues.
Right.
And again, player-wise, they never really expected a beneficial divine interaction. It was never a, hey, come help me. But they weren't surprised to see any quests or anything that would, their god or another god be the reason why certain things won't be able to be happening or why they have to go around something. So expectations were light and on par.
Okay.
So then we get to second edition. What time is it?
It's more like if
we might get through second edition.
It's possible for the god to speak with the cleric. If he doesn't focus on it, for the gods, it's like to make a phone call with a drum at low levels. Interesting. So it's kind of like if I want to talk to you, I can call you, but like I got to be like extra focused. I got to like extra like in the zone to be able to actually get through.
So with this, no, this is a great point. Using this analogy of communication, OD&D is like someone exists on the planet. Mm-hmm. They're somewhere on the planet. Talk to him.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. First edition is your deities on stage at the biggest concert that you've ever been to. And now you're trying to talk to him.
Interesting.
How is he gonna pay? You could theoretically, but you would have to be in the right spot, yelling the right amount. They'd have to notice you.
Hear you.
They'd have to notice you. Then they'd have to do a lot. But so imagine that, someone on stage at a concert, and you're trying to talk to them. That could be the first edition. Second edition would be the invention of a phone line, but everyone's trying to call in. So yeah, if you're important enough, the phone will come through, but
he's got a lot of other stuff to do.
Yeah, you have to be on his speed dial for him to care that your number's coming up because you got a lot of people calling.
And you can get yourself on a speed dial, but you gotta kiss his ass first.
I think third edition's more like email, because it's like, yeah, they'll do stuff, but they're not paying attention to you that much, right?
Maybe they'll get back to you if they feel like it.
And fifth edition is, like
estranged relatives.
Yeah, if you write, they'll write back, but otherwise, if you don't ever interact with them, your life won't change.
Wild.
So I like that. Yeah.
Wild.
All right, let's get through second edition, and then we'll do our first cocktail.
Oh yes, let's do it.
Actually, let me try something real quick. Since we're gonna do that, let me drop the poll in chat now, and then we'll go through second edition.
Oh, okay.
And then
that's a great idea.
At the end of second edition, we'll see what wins the poll.
All right.
This is my very first poll, guys. I've not done a poll.
Get ready to vote
in this chat yet. So how do I do this? Hold on. Okay. Oh, that's slick. You want to come see this real quick?
Yes.
So I typed this in chat. I typed the command in chat, and it actually pulled up in OBS. It pulled this up.
Oh, that's clean.
It's pretty slick.
That's very clean. So is this gonna at the bottom? Is that gonna be high points or that is XP? Okay.
Oh, we can. You know what? I'll allow additional points for additional votes for. I mean, there's only like 6 people in chat, so it's not like it matters, but we'll deal with that. And we're gonna do. Oh, we can only do it for 10 minutes. Should I do it now or should I wait? I can only do the poll for 10 minutes, and it might take us longer than 10 minits to do.
I mean, the poll could finish before we're done, and we'd still just finish.
All right, y'all. Perfect. So in chat, here we go. Poll has begun.
New poll has begun. Which game should we make? So do we just do exclamation point and then our answer?
Probably should have figured that out first. I think there's a vote. I think it's exclamation point vote, and then your answer.
Okay.
Vixie would know.
Hecate also, I think, if you have any experience on this.
Oh, it's up in the chat. Oh, it's at the top of chat. Yes, thank you.
Is it?
Look at the top of chat. There's an actual voting button.
Oh snap. Wild. Very cool. Very
All right,
cool.
so vote is out in the chat. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I don't know how this works, so that is great. Y'all keep voting, and yeah, we have a cocktail and we have a shot that we can make. So whichever one you want to see first, we will make that one as soon as we are done with talking about second edition. My favorite. So, second edition took a much broader step into the world of deities. This is where we got my favorite, Forgotten Realms. We also got Dragonlance and Planescape as well. Biggest difference between like Forgotten Realms and Dragonlance, which we kind of talked about before. Forgotten Realms had a much larger pantheon, kind of really expanded it to almost infinity, you could think of, in terms of what they did and how the hierarchy works, and how much they encouraged you to also create your own.
Right.
And then, of course, this is where we got a lot of the great backline stories that even still exist all the way up to second edition, where we get, Bane, Cyric, Mystara, names that have, basically been around for ages. And then Dragonlance was much more focused on that good and evil pantheon, like we mentioned before. You have like Paladin and Takhisis. I always have a hard time pronouncing that. It's Takhis.
Oh, that is so hard.
Takhisis.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
Paladin. But basically, again, it was more about they were the reasons behind the power balance, and they were the influence behind which side you would take. But that's about it. Oh, and then Planescape introduced the Great Wheel cosmology. And then this gave us a better understanding, or a different understanding of how the planes fit together, how where they were and how they touched. And you got more details about like the 9 hells, the 7 heavens.
Right.
Just kind of give us a bigger idea of, now that we are expanding the pantheon, let's talk about where gods live. Let's talk about the worlds beyond the mortal plane. And y'all can do extra votes. I did put it in there that you can do extra votes for 250. So if it's getting tied, if you really want something, you guys can 250 XP can get you an extra vote.
Nice.
But yes, so with second edition, the use of gods became a lot more prominent. This is where it became much more of a, gods are here. Gods are not just a tool for the DM. Gods are a tool. They are not just a mechanic for the DM to use. They are a mechanic in the game, and everybody should be able to use it like any other mechanic, right? So they kind of leaned into that. They gave us things like the time of troubles, where there was a whole storyline of gods on the mortal plane, right? There was the spell plague. There were there was a time where I even think there was one where it might have actually been the time of troubles where some gods were actually turned mortal and they had to regain their mortalhood.
Interesting.
Or at least while they were in mortal form, like they were limited. So we got a lot better understanding of the hierarchy. We got a lot better understanding of where they were, where they came from, and how to use them. And we got a lot more examples. In terms of gameplay, like influence on gameplay, obviously clerics and paladins were heavily impacted we've mentioned this before. Now the deities that you chose to follow would have virtues. They would have basic understandings of the way that you want to live. They might have restrictions on what you can do, or they might have expectations of you. It wasn't just potentially getting quests. Now quests would be much more expected from the players and the DM to do, and the involvement, right? Praying to them, being the best of their followers, or doing something in their name, completing quests, typically also came with bonuses, right? Rewards, not just punishments.
Yes.
So this was a lot more enriching, and it was meant to give and lean into what first edition did, where it's like, hey, we want to give you more of a reason to do things. But as we mentioned before, second edition may have gone a little bit too far and said, well, it's not just we want to give you more things to like give you reasons to do with your character. We want to help you shape your character.
Right.
So follow this god, and this is a shape. So it essentially, choosing a god in second edition was very much like choosing a subclass in fifth edition. It's going to shape how you are going to deal with things, but more on a role play basis.
Right.
It's much more of a kind of a subclass for your role play, because it might give you virtues where you might follow a god who says you always have to help the weak and helpless. So anytime you would see someone being mugged or an army about to besiege a town, you would be compelled, not forcefully, but you would get a punishment. And if the player was like, well, why do I have to deal with that? It's like, because you chose a religion that helps the meek and
that's what you're about. Like,
why did you choose that religion? If you literally see a town about to be besieged and you're like, I don't want to deal with that, then you aren't this religion.
If you're looking at it from the character's perspective, it's like, bro, this is my world. Like, I live here. Like, I care about the people that are out here, the people that are dying, the people that are being oppressed. I wanna do everything in my power. Like, that's why I've chosen this god. Like, this is who I, as the character, am.
Exactly.
Right. And if
very
the player doesn't want to involve in that,
you can break it. But just like with alignment, you can break alignment.
Why not
there
involve
will be
with
punishments eventually, right? Hoylepa says, like, yeah, gods like in old Greek myths where they would come and like just wreak havoc on the world, right? That's what second edition brought us. The idea that the gods were coming down and doing stuff. It's crazy that it took till second edition to like think about gods this way. To think of them like, for me, again, this is where I started, so it makes sense. But for me, it's like, to think of them any less than this is weird. You know what I mean? Like, to think of them as just part of the story and not interactable is like, but why? They're there. They're powerful. Let's use that.
Right.
And then this also had knock-on effects too. So in second edition, whereas before these were mostly the it was the lore, then it was those that tapped into divine power. So clerics, paladins, and druids in first edition mainly got some of those help in guidance on understanding. Second edition brought in not just clerics, paladins in terms of that, but they brought in the concept of being a follower. So instead of it just being a concept of you have to be wielding their power, now second edition is like, hey, these are religions. They have people, they have followerships, right? Before you may just run into a church and there'll be a cleric inside, but now the people of the town will be followers. A whole town could be following one god, or there might be multiple churches in a town. And for you as a player, you may not want to be a cleric, but maybe you do like the virtues of a certain god. Maybe you do want to match that god. And the DM is being encouraged to be like, hey, why do only clerics get benefits? And why do only paladins get benefits? If somebody out there believes in this god and is doing more for the god than a paladin, why isn't the god recognizing that?
Right.
And that's what second edition did. It said, hey, you can be a follower too. You can get benefit just by being, the representative of this deity. And that's where that push went, right? So I love that. I love that they pushed all of this, but I understand why people felt restricted. But again, that was the whole point, is you chose the god that best fit what you wanted to do. If you feel restricted, it's probably because you chose wrong. And if you chose wrong, second edition was like, put that part of the story, man. If you chose wrong and needed to change, the DM was encouraged to make that part of the story. Make the one god exact punishment on you for leaving and for wanting to leave, but let the other god be like, oh yes, I want all of that. I want to take one of their followers. In fact, I want their knowledge. Like, you know what I mean?
He could even just like all of a sudden have like, as he's going to his god and his god's mad at him for whatever choices he's making, just have another one be like,
that's the thing. It's like it was encouraged to utilize these things instead of it just being a forfeit of the story. If the poll ties, is it a cocktail shot? Oh my god, no, we're not gonna do a boiler with both of them. God, can you imagine doing the shot in the cocktail?
Goodness gracious,
no, we're not.
That would be wild. That would be wild.
A cock shot? Yeah, that sounds wrong.
That does sound wrong.
But yeah, so second edition was much more about figuring out what could you do. Oh, hey, cocktail won at the last second. Oh my gosh.
Wild.
Wow.
Wild.
All right, we're
Perfection.
gonna do the cocktail first, y'all.
Awesome.
Maddie, what's going on? Are we talking about clerics? We're talking a little bit about clerics. We're talking about all of basically divine power throughout all of the editions. So we're currently in second edition right now. But what was your question? Always like that there was a tryout period. 1 and 2 are basically being put on hold where we have to listen to us until you could find a god that best suits the needs. Oh, you're talking about like for third level, right? You don't have to actually choose until third level.
Yeah.
So yeah, that I do appreciate that in terms of like the subclasses and belief systems, because yeah, you really got to feel out your character. Because again, I've never liked the idea that first level means you're an established character. I think first level is you stepping out into the world to be an adventurer. And so the idea behind you not being ready to have a deity, that was great. I like second edition because it basically didn't have a cap at that. You could be a follower from moment 1, or you could wait until level 10. Unless you were trying to be a cleric, you had all the time in the world to figure out like, what you wanted to follow. And again, I like the idea that at any point in the campaign, you can go be a follower and potentially get a boon from a god when it's the most beneficial. So yeah, so a lot of don't call us, we call you. But yeah, so second edition, I just again always has a place in my heart, but it was highly expected from the DM and the player position to utilize these gods, right? Not just creating quests and turning points, but rewarding players for doing the things that they've signed up to do. Rewarding paladins for going above and beyond and completing quests. Rewarding clerics clerics in roleplay can convert somebody, and that could be an opportunity to give them a point of inspiration.
Right.
A god can be like, hey, you converted somebody, that's awesome, right? But in battle, right, you could say, I've seen people role play it to where at the start of combat, the cleric will do like a little like ritual or something and dedicate the battle to their god, or a paladin will be like, I will fell you in the name of my god. Like just acting that out and then giving bonuses or getting bonuses from the DM at the time, being like, yeah, he liked that.
You see, I like it. I would probably look at it and use it as in certain situations where, because I know how bad it feels when you're like rolling and you're just doing terribly like all night and you like roll bad. And I can use something like that as be like, you know what? You prayed to your god at the beginning of this battle. You could roll that again. All right. Or something like that. Or like giving somebody the opportunity to, like we said, feel successful.
Yeah, it's getting pretty warm, so I'm going to turn the AC on.
But yeah. So I don't know. I think that's a really good. It's a really good place to start at the very least. So no, I'm super here for it.
And again, other options too for the DMs is also not just quests for them, but also interacting with the world, right? Talking about NPCs, really having it to where you can go into a town and it could be all NPCs follow a different god, so you have to hide your god, right? You have to hide your holy symbol. You have to hide your actions while you're there because they might discover that you're in enemy territory. Making deities or their highest followers, like a paladin, the BBEG was encouraged. Like again, the involvement was basically all for it when they were like, hey, look, we've already established magic, we've already established fighting. It's time we establish divine magic, and this is what they went all out. What happened here?
Well, Maddie brought up the deities talking to a lot of their clerics, going, "You think I only exist to give you power? You're gonna be my little bitch for the next 2 weeks. Go clean my car, pick up my dry cleaning."
No,
I'm like,
and exactly right. Like I liked the idea of being able to
It's
like
wild.
be encouraged to do that. I have a glare from that window right now, so it's like I
I know,
can't
rude.
see half a chat.
"Can you drop it?"
Yeah, I probably could.
Um, oh,
It's fine.
that's fair.
You can reach out to me. And then again, so it's like with that, there was a lot of more interaction that was expected, or at least encouraged by the DM. And again, players, praying to their god, going above and beyond, expecting divine intervention, both positively and negatively, was on the table. So all of these things were just brought out, and as much as it was well received at the time, over time, again, it was the beginnings of that whole, I want this to be easier. I don't want to have to study 50 gods to find out which one suits my cleric. And
Yeah,
that's a valid point, but that begins the player, entitlement of, I have to now do extra work in order to get
Put
exactly
everything
what I
down to
want,
get the
when it could just be
perfect-
as simple
Yeah.
as just let me have it. So, outside of that, again, getting plot hooks, getting side quests, getting boons and banes, getting favors, rewards, punishments, all of that was on the table. And even if you weren't, like, the best thing about second edition, even if you weren't a cleric or a paladin, these were things you could expect. Like in first edition, it was, you really were only expecting it if you were a cleric. Like it was all about the power flow. So
Right.
if no one in the party was a cleric, you'd basically never have an interaction with a god. But in second edition, it didn't matter. No matter what class you were, no matter what you played, it was highly expected that gods were going to be involved either in the plot.
so you could be a bard
In the-
and you could
Yeah,
be
you could
following a god.
You could just be a group of 2 rogues, 2 fighters, and a barbarian, and you will likely get into a conflict or involvement. Maybe not necessarily talking directly to a god, but you will be involved in some sort of way with the deity at some point, because it was so encouraged to add that as part of the backdrop and the story and the campaign
Yeah.
lore, and to push people to do that. So, yeah, it was just people felt like eventually it got them overloaded with so many choices, but it wasn't so much that there were too many. It was just that to do what they wanted took too much effort to find it, and they just wanted to make it easier to be like, I just want to be able to do this, and this deity sounded like it was the closest,
Right.
without pulling hairs.
Yeah, no, I get that. I do get that.
All right, so
Cocktail time?
that ends second edition. We are going to pause there for our second edition, and we are going to get to our first drink, and it was cocktail. Everybody, like that
Let's
final vote at the
go.
very last second broke. I don't even know if that was somebody buying an extra.
No,
that
it was Vixie and
just waiting for the last second to decide.
and Halepa was so upset because they spent so many points trying to keep the tie. Anytime someone bought one for the one, they'd get one for the other.
Thanks, guys. I love all of
Oh,
you.
my
You really
goodness.
wanted me to do that boiler. Okay, so I think I need to step to the restroom. Obviously, wash my hands. Make sure I have all of my equipment here. I'm gonna have to do this because we're doing the cocktail, which means I'm gonna have to do 2 shakers of it, so we can each have a drink. The shot's a little bit easier because I can just pour those out. But
Right.
yeah. So I'm gonna do the quick be right back sign.
Yeah.
Unless you're gonna just sit here
Nope,
and hang out.
I got to do the same.
All right. So
All right.
give me a second, y'all. We're
We'll
going
be
to
back in a moment.
hang on a second. But yeah, it's only going to take me a minute to get everything figured out. All right, y'all. Thank you guys so much for being patient. Please just hang out for like less than 5 minutes, and then we are going to be right back. I am going to take this opportunity to run a 1-minute ad break to drop the pre-rolls. So when we get back to the cocktail, there won't be any pre-rolls for anybody coming in. So I do apologize for this, but if you aren't subscribed, please bear with us for 1 minute. and then we'll be back hopefully shortly after the ad break, and then we will be able to get into that. So thank you guys again for your patience. Hang out. All right. All right. Thank you everybody for your patience. So I have maybe slight unfortunate news. Can anybody confirm that an ad played? Because my button to play the ad that I pressed is still counting down. And it says preparing 1 minute ad. So I'm concerned that in 50 seconds, a 1 minute ad is going to play. So apparently there's a countdown. So I hit the button to play a 1 minute ad, but I guess it has like a minute or two count. I don't know. It has a countdown. So for those of you that aren't subs, I do apologize, but you didn't get an ad yet. In about 30 seconds, there's going to be an ad that plays, and then we will get to the cocktail right after that. So sorry for that, guys. I was trying to get rid of the pre-rolls, but I have to wait for this thing to go through. So 20 more seconds, 1 minute ad, and then we will get to making the cocktail. Again, thanks for your patience. Appreciate it. Ah, we already lost 2 people. No, but hey, I understand. It's okay. All right. 5 seconds. Los for what is up? All right, there's going to be an ad in 2 seconds, y'all. Thank you for your patience. All right, I'm gonna assume the ad played. I really hope it did. Hope everyone's here. Is everybody here in chat? Can y'all? Are we all here? Are we ready for the cocktail?
Chatters?
First cocktail. So I've been actually having a very difficult time naming this one. Oh yeah, go. So I've been having a difficult time naming this one, and I'm hoping that y'all might be able to help me out. Because I think, or at least let me know what you think of the names that I'm looking at. Consider. Because there it is. They closed. All right. So I have, it took me a while. I have a name, but I don't know if it's going to be a good name. So I'll need you all to help me name this one if it's not a good name. So what should we do first? Should I do name and description, or I guess I should probably just make it as I'm, I don't know. I've never done a drink. I'm trying to think of how to drink does it. He does it so well and pleasantly, and I'm definitely not Greg. So,
no, you got this.
Where's the D20 ice cube? I absolutely wish.
That would actually be kind of sick. A D20 ice cube bowl.
Yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna kind of do this the best way I can, and I'm just gonna kind of wing it. So the first cocktail that we are going to work with today. Look at that. That looks beautiful.
Oh.
How does chat look over here? Chat really doesn't look better no matter where I stand, I guess. I just don't want chat covering up. Actually, you know what? I think we're just going to ignore chat for while we're here. How about that? That looks a little better. I don't think we need chat. Sorry, guys. You're not part of this today. So, what are we doing? We are going to make a drink, the cocktail, right? So we have a cocktail, we have a shot. We're doing the cocktail first. So with the cocktail, what I wanted to do was represent, we're talking about deities, the expanse of their power, their influence, and everything else like that. And through all of this, I wanted to look at, what's a good representation for them, right? And looking at the D&D pantheon, I was trying to look at, I was thinking of things like, how do I pronounce that? Mount Celestia. Right. So, that one came up quite a bit in terms of a place that I would want to do it. I did a lot of research in terms of what are the most common, fruits that are involved, because this is the one that won tequila, fruity, and sweet. So I was trying to figure out what fruits are involved. And, there are a lot of the classics, apples, pomegranates, and I think apples and pomegranates are the two most well-known for being related to gods. And everything else is just more of an extrapolation. But surprisingly enough, exotic fruits really aren't there. But this is D&D, right? This is D&D. We want to be a little bit exotic with it. And I'm trying to think of where this could be from. So I originally wanted to name this one after something to do with Mount Celesta. Okay. And the only thing I could think of is looking at all of the different layers. I wanted to do it because based off the color that this is going to become, I wanted to base the name off of the second layer, which is known as the Golden Heaven, because this will have a golden hue to it. But the problem with that is the name Mercuria just doesn't work I just don't like the name Mercuria to try to fit that into a cocktail.
So Mercuria?
Mercuria, like the Mercurialist. Mercury. Mercury. Yeah. So the third layer, and I'm partial to threes, right? Three is my number. This has 3 ingredients, so it would make sense the third layer. And this also is because we're going to do a fruit base with this. The third layer, Venya, is also known as the Pearly Heaven or the Heaven of Pearls, and is lush and it's a lush land with crops, meadows. So you would think this is where it would be grown. So I'm thinking I was trying to go for the elixir of Venya could be it.
Interesting.
Or just trying to think of what's another divine the ambrosia of Venya or Venya's ambrosia, something like that. So I need help tweaking this name because and it doesn't have to be a D&D name, but it definitely has to represent the nectar of the gods is basically what I want this to represent. But I don't want to call it nectar of the gods,
right?
Boring. So I'm trying to think, what can we do? I'm thinking nectar of the gods. I'm thinking ambrosia. I'm thinking elixir. I'm thinking a divine word for the drink, and let's try to bring it into. So give me some names in the chat, spam chat while I make this. But we are going to make whatever this drink is.
We had some initial thoughts as you were giving your description.
Okay.
Stoll was talking about calling it the Frizzard.
I don't know about that one.
This is before you got all the way through your description, and then I believe Lepa said something about golden dragon.
Ooh,
like a divine dragon.
Okay.
But Maddie was talking about something called, said look up quince. I'm not sure what a
Quincy.
Yeah, I think so.
Quincy. I'm curious. The only Quincy I remember is from the anime. Who was the dude with the bow? Who was the last of his kind? He had the spirit bow.
What
we talking about? Yu? Yeah,
Yu Yu Hakusho.
Is that where he's from?
I think so.
Yeah, the one that the high school kid.
It was the Quincy.
Yeah,
yes.
I remember that when he was at the river and he just had to sit there and train with it.
Was that Bleach?
No, it wasn't Bleach. No. Oh no, it was Bleach because he was against the Soul Society. That's why
the Quincy
it was Bleach. Were against the Soul Society. It was Bleach.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, the fruit. Oh, I'm thinking of anime here. We're in a completely different area.
Different world.
Oh, guys, can you remember? Ooh, Eldritch Elixir. Ooh, kind of like that. So can someone tell me what were in the D&D pantheon? What were the there was like ancient dragons. There was like, it was in one of the D&D pantheons. It was like the oldest of the dragons, like the old things. Anyway, so I got to get to making this while you guys keep doing that. So we have ice in our shaker. It is going to be a shake and drink because we are mixing it with fruit. Now, unfortunately, I was unable to get the fruit of choice for this drink fresh because it's not that time of year. So normally, and I didn't want to do frozen, but normally I would suggest doing this drink fresh with muddled. Can you pop me up one on the light?
Yes.
Better. Okay, so unfortunately, bear with me. We aren't going to be able to do the muddled fruit, but I would normally do the muddled fruit. But we are going to go with passion fruit today. So passion fruit is going to be the basis for this drink. I feel like this is a good representation. It's exotic and it's unique enough, and it's not used in any other respect to deities and gods. So it is kind of unique on its own. Okay. So it's going to be our own unique approach to doing this drink. Divine 20. Wow. Okay, so I would normally suggest getting about maybe half a cup of this to muddle, normally fresh, but otherwise we're going to use about, I think we're going to use about an ounce of this. So this is going to be a tequila drink. Y'all wanted tequila, y'all wanted fruit, and y'all wanted sweet. So we are going to, once we get this done, we are going to top it off with a bit of grenadine, and that's going to give us a nice color. So we are going to pour this in two different ways. We're going to pour one with ice and one without, so we can see the difference that the grenadine will make.
So how much grenadine did you say that was going to be?
The grenadine is probably going to be a half ounce.
Half ounce.
And we're also going to go with 2 ounces of tequila for this. So it's going to be 2 ounces of tequila, 1 ounce of passion fruit. Now, the reason I'm only doing 1 ounce of passion fruit is because I'm using a syrup. Normally, I would suggest doing an equal amount. So if you have like a passion fruit juice, or if you have fresh passion fruit, I would say muddle enough to equal however much tequila. So if you're going to do a 1 ounce of tequila, do 1. If you're going to do 2 ounces of tequila, do, 2 ounces. Basically a 1-for-1 if you have the fresh juice. I'm going to do a 2-to-1 because I have the syrup. And then the grenadine is just a finisher, so it's about a half ounce. But what are we going to do for the tequila? I mean, this is a god's tequila. Am I right?
Indeed.
Am I right, chat? This can't just be any tequila, can it? Oh, no. This had to be special. So, quick look at.
Found deep in the depths of your treasure chest.
But actually, Vixie found this. So y'all can thank Vixie in chat for finding the absolute best bottle of tequila for this drink.
Wild. That is beautiful.
That is, in fact, the shape of a human heart.
Like an anatomical heart.
Look how big that is,
wild.
Chat. It is absolutely gorgeous, and this is 100% Vixie's. She found this. It was the last bottle. Look at those veins. Like, you can actually see the veins.
Golly, that's so cool.
It's so difficult.
That's wild.
Show it off on your camera. Oh yeah, it looks actually a little bit better on your camera.
Look at this. Look at this. That is the work on that, man. Like, that is crazy. That's beautiful.
So that is the tequila we are going to be using. This, it is Sangre de Vida.
Sangre de Vida. Okay.
Sangre de Vida. Let's see if I can show off.
Talk about a heart stopper. That's right.
No, I can't show. Nope, whatever. But Sangre de Vida is the tequila, or you can use any tequila that you have access to. So how we're going to do this is I'm going to do this a little bit strong. If you want a weaker, if you want the lesser one, I can do it single, but I've tried this a couple different ways. I think it works better strong, especially a godly drink. You want it to hit you. So I'm going to do one with 2 ounces, and then the second one I'll do with the single ounce if you prefer that, or do you want the full?
Dealer's choice. Dealer's choice.
All right.
I'm in it for the haul, baby.
So we get our 2 ounces. Hope I'm doing this right. Like, I actually don't know. And we get about 1 ounce of the syrup. Again, I would do an equal amount if you're doing it. Actually, you know what? No, you know what? We're gonna do a 2-to-1 with this one. So we're gonna do a
2 ounces.
Hold on. I always forget how that works. No, yeah. That would have been. Yeah, that should still be a 1 and 2. I think it was just because in that it was a little bit smaller. So yeah. So 2 ounces of tequila, 1 ounce of the syrup, or equal ounces. And then we're gonna shake that one up. And we'll do one with and one without. Yeah, I normally don't measure out the syrup. I usually just eye pour. So I think it looked less because that's what I normally do.
That's fair.
So first one's over ice. Get that nice golden color.
That is beautiful. That looks beautiful.
All right. And we're gonna make one more of those. So in goes our ice. We're gonna have to in goes 2 ounces of tequila. Because to be honest, I'm probably not going to use this tequila much, so I might as well at least, make it look
Get
like
some
it was
good use
enjoyable.
out of it.
Then we're going to go 1 ounce of syrup. Give that a good shake. That's got to go back in the fridge with this after I'm done.
Got it.
Ooh, Astral Abyss.
I'm still loving these names that are coming in.
Ooh, Ethereal Embrace.
Yeah.
Oh.
See?
Interesting. Not nearly as I don't know who got more.
Right, just because yours had some time to settle and you got ice in it.
All right, so this is what they look like. One with and one without ice. But to finish off the topper, I usually prefer one without ice.
Get it.
With ice.
Oh, I want that. That's beautiful.
So you can serve it
That
either
was
way,
cool.
but the idea is to get a nice even layer. It just depends on if you want that little bit of a So there. Present to you Ethereal Embrace. I think that's it.
Ethereal Embrace, that's the one we're going
I
with?
think Ethereal Embrace is the one we're gonna go with.
Very nice. Love it. Love it. Love it.
All right. You wanted the ice, so there you are, sir.
Ooh. Beautiful.
All right, cheers. We'll let you know how it tastes.
Cheers to you guys as well.
Oh yeah, strong. You immediately get both the passion fruit and the tequila. Neither overpowers each other. They're not fighting. That's a very nice tequila. It's very smooth. But the passion fruit, it's neither. It's
I'm not mad at that.
It's not sickly sweet. It's borderline sickly sweet, but it also has no acidity like other ones you might get with a cocktail like this. Because this is borderline margarita, but without the citrus, right? Without any of the sour. So think of that. Just think of a very creamy, a very light margarita with just no lime. And then once you get to the grenadine, it's just going to sweeten and it's going to mellow out even more. So the closer you get to the bottom, you're going to get through the tequila, you're going to get to that grenadine, and you're going to get a little bit more. So it's going to be more pleasant at the end. It has a beautiful color. I mean, I absolutely love this.
This also looks like orange juice.
Yeah, definitely looks like orange juice. But I think the passion fruit definitely adds it's a flavor you're not familiar with. So it's that whole you're like, I've had this before, but I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
For me, it's one of those things that like takes me out of more of what I would say the mundane or the familiar and into just experiencing the thing. And it's like, okay, like I'm just here like it's beautiful. I do like that. I really like that. Ethereal Embrace.
Yeah, so the Ethereal Embrace is 2 ounces of tequila, 2 ounces of passion fruit juice or raw passion fruit muddled, otherwise 1 ounce of passion fruit syrup, and a half ounce of grenadine or to taste. Shake the tequila and passion fruit well with ice, and top with grenadine. And if you want the extra little bit, throw in a large cube of ice to get the melt off.
And so the grenadine is the only thing you don't add into the end.
Yeah, the grenadine
Right.
goes last. So it's tequila and passion fruit in the shaker with ice. Grenadine is the topper at the end.
Got you. Wild. I don't like this. I don't like this. There we go. That's fair. Wild. This is the business. This is the business.
Can you describe anything
So-
or any more than I did? Because I'm just curious. What do you take?
So
tip on it? What do you?
here's the deal. I am weird when it comes to a lot of things. I do love flavor. I do love sweet, and this definitely hits my sweet bone. I will also say though, I am a huge texture person when it comes to whatever it is that I'm consuming, right? Whether it's food or beverages or whatever. I'll tell you, one of the strangest textures I've ever experienced is what's it called? Death water?
Yes. Liquid death.
Liquid death. Yes, liquid death. It is one of the strangest mouth textures I have ever experienced. And it's strange. It feels like you're drinking nothing. I don't know how to describe it other than that. It's weird. But this gives me a very smooth, almost like glassy feel over my tongue, and it just coats it with the flavor of what I can only now attest to the pomegranate. But again, like when you first taste it, it's unfamiliar. The passion fruit, yes. It's unfamiliar initially, and so like it's like at first it takes me almost like just
orange
searching
tangerine vibe,
almost,
and then it's like nope, it's not citrus though. So it's like it immediately rips you away because you want to go that route, and then you're just like it's not that, and then you're like it's not guava, it's not tropical enough. It's like it's funny, it's not tropical enough for guava, but it's too tropical for anything like standard. Like what I mean? It's not mango. It's in the ballpark of mango, but you're not quite there yet.
Wild.
So yeah, I definitely think in the future we would love to maybe post at least the ingredients before we do these. So I think in the future what we'll do is we'll post ingredients, if anything, in the sub chat on Discord when we do the cocktails. So at least in the future, if y'all want to join in on it with us and try these out live with us, that would be awesome.
Heck yeah, that'd be fire.
We definitely want to do an entire episode called Critical Cocktails.
Yeah,
where
we were spitstorming on that.
So last
yesterday.
night, yes, no, so absolutely, that's what we want to do is we want
Thanks
to have
to
people
Lucifer and Hecate and them.
have people throw out names. We create the cocktails based off the name, and if we can, we make it right then and there. So I am down for this. I want to do this episode. I hope y'all will join us. So Soul Collective. So we thought about that, and we don't know having just a channel that's just for all the drinks we create.
I mean, eventually, once we start gathering enough,
so
we could get to
people
that
talked
point.
about we talked about making a book about all the homebrew. What if we made a little pocket manual, a little bartender pocket manual?
That would be clean. That would be clean.
like that.
Our own little menu.
You do one determined. Oh, Aki, why did you have to give me such a terribly terrific idea? I hate it. I hate it, and I love it. And we're gonna do it, but I hate it. So literally, we would have to sit there and we would have to write out 20 liquors, 20 secondaries, and 20 tertiary flavors, and then roll a d20 to get a liquor, and then you roll a d20 to get the next flavor, and then you roll a d20 to get the next flavor, and you have to make a cocktail based off of those.
Goodness.
If I understand what Aki's talking about, that's what I'm thinking, is you have to roll a d20 for each of the ingredients and hope that you can make something.
That's kind of a good idea, though. I mean, that's definitely a challenge.
Oh.
But
the fans do that. They decide what's on the list.
oh,
So we just roll the d20, but they decide what's on that list. So we just have to roll the d20. So would it be one list and we roll the d20 3 times, or would it be 3 different lists for like each layer of the cocktail? Because cocktails typically have a base of ingredients.
I would imagine it'd be 3 different lists, so you're getting the right piece of the right layer of the cocktail each time.
Roll for booze.
Roll for yes, please and thank you.
So what do y'all think, chat? Give us a rating. Spam in chat. Rating 1 out of 10. What do you guys give the ethereal elixir? What do you guys think? I honestly, I wish you guys could taste it. It tastes great. I'm really curious what you get once you get to the grenadine. Because especially if you start to mix it right at the end, you still maintain some of that tequila. Because grenadine will actually sit on the bottom. So if you sip it too slowly, you'll only be left with grenadine and no tequila. So you may want that, right? You may want a desserty finish. So if you guys are like having this, if you want a desserty finish that doesn't finish with tequila, sip it very slowly. Take out all of the passion fruit. But if you do want to maintain that tequila to the end and have that as a secondary drink, because now this is basically a new drink. There's almost no passion fruit in this, but I still have tequila. So if you want to do that, you can make it like a Pousse Cafe and sip it slower and make 2 different layers, or swirl it a little bit, and then you can maintain that tequila, maintain a little bit of the passion fruit, but let the grenadine take over.
Interesting.
Let's see. So Lucifer says a 7 without tasting. Not too big on tails.
Tails?
What he said. Not too big on tails. Soul says 1 list for the booze, 1 for mixers, and 1 for garnishes. Yeah, no, and that's what I was thinking, right? Like you would have 1 for each side of the cocktail, and then we would be able to say we'd get the opportunity to add 1 or 2 extra flavors to make sure we can make a complete cocktail, right? So we'd only be allowed to add like, oh, and maybe we're limited, right? Like we would roll for those, and then we'd only be allowed to add 2 things, but they can't be like, it can't be like 2 liquors or 2 garnishes. It would have to be like 1 liquor and a garnish, or a liquor and a mixer, like, or a mixer and a garnish. Like we could add 2 extra items to finish the cocktail, but it has to be one of the categories, not 2 of the same category.
Right.
Just make it more difficult for us.
Interesting. Okay. Out of curiosity, so you were talking about the different ways to create this cocktail with the passion fruit, whether like you used the puree, so it was it
was definitely thicker. It won't be nearly as mouthfeely if you use the straight juice, but I think it will be smoother if you do.
What if you were to recommend which one to use, what would you recommend?
Because I haven't been able to do the muddling or have the juice, I think that this is going to be my favorite because I'm big on, like you said, on mouthfeel and texture. This gives a lot of thickness, or smooth, like it has that smoothness from like a smoothie, right? Like think about how thick a smoothie is.
Yeah.
And it gives you that nice mouthfeel as you drink it. It almost coats your tongue, but it doesn't linger. It doesn't stay there. That's what this gives me. So I like the syrup for that experience because unlike a regular margarita, that just kind of comes and goes. It's only there while you're drinking it, and then you're just basically left with alcohol. And it's very cold. I like this over blended. I like the mouthfeel over the regular passion fruit. I think my least favorite would be passion fruit juice. I think if I had to choose, the best would be the syrup. The second best would be true muddled passion fruit. But I think if you did true passion fruit muddled and actually had the right amount, like the actual 2 ounces, I think it would be so much deeper and richer. I think the entire experience would be different if you had true passion fruit muddled to where you actually got 2 ounces of juice from that muddle. I think you'd be having a completely different drink. And I think it might even beat the syrupy one. But without knowing that, I think the mouthfeel on this one wins out.
Okay.
I think the thickness and
I'm here for that.
And the grenadine doesn't really do that, right? The grenadine just adds that flavor at the end.
Yeah.
But it's the syrup that adds this smoothie like texture and more of a viscous, I guess it would be better, like more of a viscous texture. And with that, it's a different drinking experience. Whereas if it wasn't this, I think, like, put it this way, if it wasn't for the syrup, I feel like I'd be drinking a margarita without the lime. Like it would just feel like a margarita. This feels like its own cocktail. It feels like this stands
I totally get what you're saying.
on its own, This you could serve me and tell me it has a name, and I would imagine it's its own cocktail. If this was just with juice, I feel like I'd be like, you forgot the lime. And where's my salted rim? Like, I honestly feel like the tequila would come through more, and the feel would be, my mind would tell me I should be drinking a margarita, and I'm not. This doesn't tell me I should be drinking something. This tells me I like this. It's like the first time you had like a pina colada. It's like,
Right.
I don't know what this is, but I like it. You know, that's what this gives me. And that's why I think even if I had the opportunity to have real juice or the real thing, if I went to a bar, I would hope that they would muddle it. But personal preference, I would use the syrup.
Okay. I'm here for
That's
that.
a very long-winded way of saying that.
I'm here for that.
Ooh. So chat makes a list of 19 items.
Okay.
19 liquors, 19 mixers, 19 garnishes. But if we crit fail and roll a 1, chat gets to choose right then and there.
Oh, they just get to like
They pick.
wild.
So I like that. That if we do this, if we do a cocktail by the roll,
Uh-huh.
we're using that idea. I like that idea.
Okay. Heck yeah.
Not a salted rim, a sugared rim. Yeah, sugared rims are fine. All right. Well, that was our cocktail number 1.
Fantastic. No, I'm vibing on this one 100%. Like this one, and for me, here's the deal. When it comes to like any cocktails or anything, like I am for sure a sipper. I love to draw out the experience of my beverage for as long as possible. And I don't know, it's really nice. I don't know. I do it on a regular basis, but it's because I don't want to drink a whole lot. So when I do, I want whatever it is that I do drink to be worth it in the end. So
and yes, I do, until I get the shelves up, because I do plan on having a shelf right here. I do have a liquor chest.
a full on.
What do I have right now? 3,
That's wild.
6, 9, 12, 14, 15. Yeah, 15 bottles right now. And I've been,
See,
I mean, we've only been working on it for like 4 months. So
Dang.
it's slow, but it's working.
we moving.
like a bottle or
That's
two
what
a
I'm
month,
saying.
you know,
Like
it's
we
like-
moving.
Well, and to be fair, that's 2 of the bottles I counted. So it's like, when I say that many bottles, they're not all like 750 mil.
Right.
These
But
ones
still,
actually, surprisingly enough, these ones have a very specific purpose. This is just some, stuff if you guys care. So, Johnny Walker, one of my favorite scotches. Surprisingly, not my favorite anymore, but one of my favorites, one of my tops.
of course.
I got this like a year and a half ago. It was a really nice little collection box. It had your had black, which is your standard, your lowest level scotch, like their mid-level.
Right.
If you guys have seen Johnny Walker before, red is actually their mixer. Most people don't realize that. Like, scotch usually is a sipper, right? You usually would think of
Really?
scotch as a sipper. If you see red label, that's designed to be mixed. You're supposed to have if you want, like,
Okay.
people have like a like some people have rum and coke, some people have a Jack and Coke, some people have a Crown and Coke. If you want a Johnny Walker and Coke, you use red label. So black label is usually
Okay.
like the lower end sippers. My favorite, absolute hands down, is green label, by the way. Green label Johnny Walker is the
Fire.
absolutely everything. They also came with this one, which is their
Gold label?
Yeah, their gold label. It's like a special reserve. So when I first got this, I popped this one when we turned. So this back room used to be like carpeted with crap carpet. There used to be a half-built closet where I'm standing. When we finally ripped everything out, I was able to pop this one and be like, we did all of this. This one I popped when we ripped out the entire backyard and cleaned up all of the crap. Like, we had a shed back there that we hated, an awning, and we put in the floor here. So I got to pop this one during that. These 2 are not opened yet because each of these has a thing. Oh, wait a second.
These for fixed points?
Well, this one surprisingly was supposed to be this one right here, which is their
The 18th.
It's their 18, yeah. So it's their 18 year. This one was supposed to be held for when the backyard was finished. The backyard is finished.
It is finished.
15. That's almost that's almost as much as we had in Santa Cruz. Yeah, and it will continue to grow. So yeah, I can pop this one whenever I want. No, we haven't installed the fire pit yet, so I may wait. But this one is ready to pop whenever I want. I have officially said that, like I always said, this one can't be opened until the backyard's done. And then that's my celebratory one. This one, this is Johnny Walker Blue Label. This is one of their most expensive bottles.
Wild.
Green Label runs about $60 a bottle. This one runs like 120.
Wild.
This one can't get popped until the bar's done. That includes the wall, the pool table, and the bar.
Okay.
So this one probably won't be popped till the end of next year. But
that's an achievement though.
When the tavern is complete. So I've had this pack for like 2 years now, and this one probably won't be open for another year. Simply because I won't open it until the bar's done. And this is going to be my celebratory. We finished it. So little insight if y'all want to know anything about me. And if you didn't, well, you might have been bored. But hey,
the more you know.
The more you know.
No,
thank you so much for the name too. So I do appreciate the name of it. Also, you guys want fun fact? Super fun fact. So, how many people in chat like rum? I love rum. I like spiced rum. I like regular rum.
Why is all the rum?
Right? Who doesn't like rum? Spam an emote if you like rum. Spam the thumbs up if you like rum in chat. So I got a rum. So this drink right here was actually a secondary. This drink wasn't supposed to be here today. There was supposed to be a different drink in this place, but I wasn't able to make it work.
That's right.
And that's because I got.
That's right. You were telling me about this.
Oh, hey, Lepa, I understand you don't drink though, so I definitely understand that you don't know what rum is, or what rum would taste like. But I couldn't figure it out. But I got this rum, and I'm thinking I like rum. I like spiced rum and I like regular rum. Jamaican rum is one of my favorites. Appleton Estate is one of like the top rums out there. And so I found a rum from Hawaii. Now I love Hawaii. My wife and I got engaged in Hawaii. We spent our honeymoon in Hawaii.
Fabulous.
And I found a rum from Hawaii made by Hawaiian sugarcane. And I'm thinking, hey, rum is basically a form of sugar, distilled, right? So I'm thinking this is the purest you can get. This is sugarcane sugar distilled down. I'm like, this has got to be like the best rum I've ever had. Hands down. It's just got to be the bee's knees, right? Chat. Look at this bottle.
Oh my goodness.
Look at how glorious this bottle looks. Look how
sucker is sharp.
Look how clear that liquid is. I mean,
brethren.
You know what I'm saying? So I was absolutely thrilled to get this. It's called Kohana. You see, it's called Kohana. It's Hawaiian agricultural or Hawaiian rum distilled from native Hawaiian sugarcane. I was so happy to get this. I was so thrilled to open this up. Look at this cork, guys. I normally don't like glass corks, but it's one of the nicest. It's so elegant. It's so nice. Everything was so great. Until you do anything fucking with it. I'll put the cap on first. I want y'all to see his reaction just smelling it.
Alright.
You've smelled rum before. Sure. You know how rum is supposed to smell.
Sure.
Watch his reaction.
Have you tasted it? Have you tasted this?
I've had to. Do you want to taste it?
I don't know. I don't know.
I have had to taste this. Yes, I had to know. What percent you got high?
I might have. God bless.
So, to describe to you what this tastes like, or what this smells like.
Wild. Just wild.
Okay, everyone knows what wet dog smells like.
Sure. Yes.
Imagine the smell of wet dog locked in a closet for a week. Not in a hot closet. Just imagine the smell of wet dog, but in a confined, cool place for about a week. That's what this smells like. And as you can see, that's all I dare do to my good friend. If he were anybody else, I'd give him a shot. This is all I dare give you, and I don't even ask you to take all of it. I ask you to let it touch your tongue and then get as far away from it as possible. But I want chat to see your reaction, because you hopefully will see the same reaction that I gave. Well, some cheeses smell rancid. No, Aki, that is 100% true, which is why I was still willing to taste it. Can you describe what you're going through? Are there words for what you're going through?
So here's the deal. I understand that there are some alcohols that are supposed to have like an earthy flavor, and I've tasted that before. This feels like trying to taste like just liquid dirt. I'm like, it's not, I'm not being facetious. Like it tastes like earth with like
you would think, like, if you've ever had raw sugarcane, if you've ever been able to chew on raw sugarcane, you would think, oh my gosh, a distilled version of that should be pleasant at some degree. But there is nothing pleasant. And you know what sucks? And I didn't tell him about this because, again, I didn't want to ruin it. It doesn't go away, does it? You just sip on your other drink and tell me if that taste goes away.
I'm hoping. I want you
to tell me if you can get that taste out of your mouth, because when I was doing the weekend, I posted the meme in Discord from Trailer Park Boys. I'm sober enough to know what I'm doing, but I'm drunk enough to have fun doing it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's how my weekend felt. And when I was tasting that, I tried so hard to make that taste good. You see how little I went through because I was trying so hard to mask it with as little as I was using, and I'm sure there's a way, and it will stay up here for anyone who dares to try it. Under Grundrum.
We should start doing, when we open up the tavern, we should start doing bets to see who can handle a full shot of that.
Fuck no. I'll just lose. I'll give anybody the points they want. But I do want to see if we can remake Greg's video, Greg's drinks. Greg from How to Drink. Fantastic YouTuber, guys. If you haven't checked him out, if you guys like this kind of content, making drinks, check out How to Drink. How the number 2 drink. He's fucking great. Big inspiration for me wanting to do this in the tavern. But yeah. So that was that one. Surprisingly enough, yeah. Oh, so okay, we're gonna go on one more detour, guys. You want a conundrum or a paradox? So
I'm so sorry you paid money for that.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
So y'all just witnessed one of the worst rums I've ever had, period. That one was absolutely just rank. So you want a paradox rum? So this rum, y'all, called Old Monk. This one sent me on a trip. This is a 7-year blend. The reason why this rum is so paradoxical is because, well, first off, I don't know if you saw it from that pour, but it looks thicker than it feels.
It
But
does.
the funny part is, this right here is my favorite smelling rum of all time. I've never smelled a rum I enjoyed. Like, I could literally light an incense stick off of this. That I would literally want, you know those the oil ones where you put the sticks in the oil? I want that. I just literally want to put those sticks in here because this smells so good. And thus I was so disappointed that it does not live up. It's not near, it is not the other rum. It is not that rum.
Oh,
but just walk through. I'm gonna shut up, but okay, you saw how thick it was. It looks thicker than it tastes, but okay, I'm gonna stop. Oh. It's like I can't even put my finger on why. It's almost like it's not only not aphrodisiac, but it's stimulating as a stimulating smell, but it's a hint of nostalgia. Like, it's almost like I want to grab onto a memory.
Interesting.
But walk me, I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna let Kage walk through what he experiences here. Just take as long as you need to sniff this before you taste it. Explain everything, because to me, I have never smelled any liquor, period, let alone rum, that I just want the aroma of.
Interesting. It's so sweet. It's so like, I almost want to say caramel, but I know that's wrong.
It's like, honestly, it's a mix between caramel and butterscotch.
Butterscotch is a lot closer to what I'm thinking, but even that is...
It's not the right flavor, but it's like if butterscotch and caramel had something in between. Now, like I said, it is not bad. It is not that. It is not bad. It's just when you taste it, tell me... So on a scale of 1 to 10, how does this smell? This is 10 out of 10. This is literally the best smelling liquor I've ever had.
I definitely enjoy this smell. Like, obviously leaps and bounds more than I liked the last, but this is a good 7-8 for me. Like,
okay, now go ahead and taste. This is an okay sipper. It's a better cocktail. This will be better in a cocktail, but based on the smell alone, what's your experience? It looks thick. It smells sweet. What are you getting when you taste it? Because I don't get thickness. I get there's super thin. I get water thin.
Yes.
And zero sweetness. And it fucks with my brain because I get zero sugar, and yet when you smell it, it's like molasses meets caramel, and there's no sweetness.
Yeah, I almost smelled syrup for a second just now.
But it's not there in texture or in flavor.
It's not. It's very textury. It's spicy.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, and I don't mean that in like, oh,
it's a spiced rum.
hot.
It's
like,
very spiced rum.
And then it just kind of sits there.
Ooh, Aki. Yes. Use that to salt the rim. So you would put, because you have to use some sort of liquid to like salt the rim. So dip this in that rum, like put the rum around that and then put like salt on it. So you get all of the aroma of it, but you're not drinking it.
That could totally work. That could totally work.
Or a wash. Ooh, a glass wash. So where you put it in, you put like a...
Oh yeah, you were talking about that with the...
Yeah. So you would do a glass wash. You'd put like a 1/4 ounce in the glass and swirl it all the way around and then dump it out. Then you'd make your cocktail. So you'd get all of the aromas of it all around the glass, but you wouldn't have to drink it. That's fantastic.
Wild.
All right. Well, how did you guys like that? Rate that in chat, 1 out of 10. How did you guys like the cocktail experience? Should we do this again? I want to know what y'all think because I enjoyed that. I thought that was fantastic. And I would like to do this again if you guys enjoyed it. So
I think it was good.
Please let us know in the chat how y'all thought about it. If y'all are watching this on YouTube, give us a comment. All right. So we can get back to our topics at hand.
Get him. Sorry.
All right, so we stopped with second edition, which was basically talking about how they've really leaned into use of gods and basically said use them everywhere you can, put them in your campaign, let players interact with them. In fact, let them dictate how players should act.
Right.
So now we get to third edition. So with third edition, they kept the integrated mechanics, right? They still said, hey, look, gods being the source, gods being the tools for both sides to use. We're down with this. We like this idea. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna roll with this. Clerics, paladins, y'all are still getting your stuff. They even went even more with the deity domains. So they even expanded more than Forgotten Realms did in terms of what types of domains you could follow. And then they also expanded even the divine rank. They even brought out what was called divine rank. So they expanded even more so how the hierarchy of gods worked, right? It wasn't just this god had a higher importance or this god was liked more. Now there was actually a ranking system of how gods were tiered.
Interesting.
And then so with that, you had things like divine feats, you had domains, and you even had spells that were specific to these gods. So they really wanted to lean into it. But the biggest thing they decided was they didn't like the limitations that it was being set on players, but they liked the opportunity for interaction. So like we mentioned before in the summary, what they did was they took away a bunch of the requirements for players to interact with these deities, like being a follower, being a cleric. There was a lot less of the deities caring about what you did specifically. And now it was more about what is happening around the world that you can interact with and help or hinder the deities.
Right.
It was much more about, running into situations that you could apply your deity to instead of worrying about, does my deity care if I take this action or not? And then with the use of gods, again, it became much more of a mechanical focus, but plenty of opportunities for roleplay, plenty of opportunities to still fit them in. They just weren't, again, they weren't dictative. They were just a new tool for narration and for magic and for interaction. You could expect to talk to a god, but you weren't expected to be perfect in their presence, right? They became more like just an elevated NPC than you nearly talking to the DM. You know what I mean?
Right.
They almost took a step down in their hierarchy of what you can.
Interesting.
So yeah, they became and not like full NPCs, but they became more NPC-like.
Right.
They cared less about you, but still interacted with you. Whereas in second edition, they cared every step of the way. Everything you did mattered to them. In third edition, it was more like oh, you follow me? Cool. What's up? What do you need? I don't like you. I like you. I don't care. It was just, it was a roll from one thing to the next. And then influence on gameplay for third edition. The introduction of the domains was kind of a big deal in terms of when the DMs would decide to do direct influence. So the domains helped categorize more when you could expect the DM or when the DM could expect to use a deity to help the plot line, decide the campaign, or to explain something, right? So just giving more versatility to allowing different reasonings for different things instead of making it so structured to where it's like that deity is always the explanation. This was like, hey, domains are a little bit more loose. You could have, a couple more things.
Right.
Which is definitely going to be, the inspiration later for High Point to have all of those varying job levels.
Right.
Within the deity
Bringing
classes.
the mantles to front, and I get that.
And then so with that, let's see, what did I say here? And so with third edition, they kept the interaction in terms of deities being able to give out quests, give out rewards, give out punishments, but it was so where it started out is they weren't really interactive, and then they became interactive in a punishing way, and then they became more equalized. Now they're going the opposite direction, and now they're less punitive and more rewarding. Their interactions are more about pushing the plot forward and getting the players to get things instead of stopping them or sidetracking them where it used to be. So it's literally, we're seeing that like absolute peak where it started with they were nothing, then they were something to hinder you, then they were perfect. They were there to hinder you, but give you boosts if you stayed within their hindrance levels. Now they're not here to hinder you. They're just here to boost you. And then we're eventually going to go into, we're not really using them at all, but they're there.
Right.
But yeah, it's this big shift of interest in terms of how we're going to use the deities through everything.
Throughout the editions, yeah.
I have so much about the domains, but that's basically just all the same stuff. And in the deities and demigods, or legends and lore book, this is where we also got the introduction. The first introduction, it was in 3.5 for Divine Ascension.
Oh, so like, are we talking about like mechanics?
Players becoming gods.
Wild.
Which is funny because again, I started in second, but this was something that my DM had. So this also shows off that, again, just how influenced I am about how my DM ran his world, because I do the same thing where that's a third edition mechanic, but I play foundationally in second. So when I say I pull things from different editions, this is one of those things. This wasn't a second edition mechanic, but I do utilize it. And I highly suggest that, right? So yeah, 3.5 was the first one to say players can become gods.
Is your process for achieving that similar to the rule set forth here that you're talking about in third edition?
I don't have the deities and demigods handbook, so I don't know the specific rule sets of what they said in that book to become it. I just know that that's when they announced it. So once I can get my hand on that book, I would be interested to see how much of what I've created in my Pantheon Ascension
it plays into it. Okay.
Let's see. So in 3.5, direct interaction with gods was slightly more, it was slightly pulled back as well. So the interaction of the gods was just as heavy in second, but more about the campaign. So the direct one-on-ones, the talking to a god, stumbling upon a god.
They're not going to come to you in your dreams necessarily.
That was reserved and encouraged for big moments, but unlike second edition, that was much less part of the expected gameplay. So you weren't expected to be praying and get a response from your god, but you could pray several times before, like several times leading up to something, and then you'd see the divine intervention at the time. But whereas second edition, you'd actually be like having conversations, kind of like what you do with Zenith as Dog.
Right.
Those moments where he's actually interacting with you, that's much more second edition focused. Third edition was much more of they'll just give you the information on the side.
Send it to you through a dove or something like that.
Soul has a drink name in mind. Patron's Penance.
Interesting.
So Patron's Penance, because penance is like a payment, right? Like what you're owed them, right? So it would either have to be like and it's your patron, so it's the warlock, right? So it's like a piece of your soul. So I'm thinking like a white cloudy drink, almost like a modified white linen. Or you could do something red tinted to like be like a drop of blood. So you could do more
That's
like
fair. But in like a milky white.
You could do like a milky
liquid.
white thing like that, because it's a patron's penance, right? So it's like you'd really want it to be more representative of like
be blue. I do have green vibes, but that could also be other things.
I'm thinking about warlock, right? So it's like warlock, it's your soul that they're basically tied to. You know what I mean? So it would have to be kind of some sort of like a piece. Like, how would you represent a piece of your soul? I think it would have to be something like that. Maybe like a white and red. A white or a white drink with like a drop of red in it, just to kind of give off like the hue of sacrifice.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
All right. So, in terms of player expectations for third edition, kind of the same thing as DMs. They weren't really expected to be talking to them, but they were expected to be given challenges. They were able to pray for things like divine intervention. They were expected to potentially piss off some gods and get, punishments. But overall, it was always expected to be part of the gameplay, part of the campaign, and not so much part of their individual role. So more or less off the role play, more into the actual game.
Okay.
Moving on to 4th edition. So with 4th edition, they obviously did a big shift and reworking the cosmology. This is where the Great Wheel cosmology was replaced with the World Axis cosmology. This is where I was mistaken. So the World Axis came from 4th edition. Divine Realms were basically restructured completely, and really it was focused on something called the Dawn War, which was an ancient conflict between gods and primordials. So things that were, here before the gods. There were a couple named gods, but in terms of usages, they leaned back more into this was explaining the lore and a lot less about what you are going to be dealing with, right? It was much more there. Basically, I got the vibe based on reading this, and if Lucifer, you're in the chat, maybe you can shed more light on this. I know that you're more, you had gone more into 4th edition than I did, so you were more knowledgeable of it. But the vibe that I got from 4th edition was that it was more of the gods are too busy calling. So it's like at this point, they kind of just wanted to step away from usage of gods. They're part of like the distant story, but it was more about what your characters were doing, and the gods are busy, so
gods are busy
don't rely
being
on
gods, doing god things.
Yeah, that's basically what I was able to derive from 4th edition. But again, I know Lucifer has actually looked into 4th edition a lot more.
There's this one campaign that he showed me that I really liked. But they were doing a podcast, and it was set in 4th edition, but like
the Theria one.
Yes, yeah. That team, they did a really good job. They did a really good job on their podcast.
So Lucifer says it's more setting specific, so it could just be more that they were trying to limit people's need to create all of that and just be like, look, just focus on what you're, focus on your setting and not less about the deities and everything else of that sort. But they did have, they did add in a couple. I mean, you had like the Raven Queen, you had Bahamut, you had Palor, you had some of the classics, but again, they were more narrative and less involved.
Right.
The influence that they would have on players would be more plot device. So, background elements, things of like, hey, this god's trying to destroy, all of humanity, all of creation. You need to go and do this to help stop it. So you're never going to interact with that god. He's not the BBEG, but you were doing something like maybe the BBEG of the campaign is his paladin. So the god is very much absolutely a part of the story.
Right.
But the actual interaction has nothing to do with it. They're the crutch or the crux of the story, but they have nothing to actually do with it, right? They're on a different level. Lucifer says, more specific. So Lucifer specifically played Eberron, not Theria, Eberron, which had a unique rule set with gods, and they didn't get that far to actually do any exploration with it.
Interesting.
And then Theria is what he went to. So it started with Eberron, then went to Theria.
Okay.
Gotcha. So from what I can understand with 4th edition, it was they were there, but they weren't supposed to be your session to session gameplay. They were the overarching idea behind what would like spawn it or spark the idea. And again, players, the expectation really wasn't that you were going to be working with gods or getting divine intervention. It was going to be that gods are dictating what's happening in the world and you're reacting to it. And then, of course, we get to 5th edition. So 5th edition went back to tradition like they have in a lot of times. They brought back the Great Wheel cosmology in favor of the Great Wheel over the what did 4th edition call it? The World Axis. So they went back to the Great Wheel. And then now 5th edition has more of this approach. And again, this is kind of like what I've been gathering. I think everyone can probably agree with me. 5th edition brought back the gods very much like 3rd edition did, but way more subtle. So Where third edition, they were there, they were usable, they were tools. Yes, they're all still like that, but third edition was much more encouraging. It was much more of a put this in your world. Fifth edition is much more subtle in the gods are out there. We reference them in the lore, but in terms of actual gameplay, sure, they're a tool. Just like the monster manual is a tool. Just like we have thousands of tools. Gods are just one of them. That's how second and fifth edition feels now. It feels like we're in that era of gods are here. Here's a list of them. Create your own if you want. But other than the story, man, no one has to deal with them. No one has to interact. Yeah. And I feel like it's not so much that they don't care. I feel like it's more of the approach of, hey, don't worry. You don't have to be religious to play this game. Right. You don't have to be religious to play the healer. It was more of I think they're just trying to get into a stage of where they don't. They're here if you want that vibe, but don't worry if you're not into it. We don't care. It's not going to ruin the game by not
going down that road. Exactly.
Yeah. That's how I personally feel that fifth edition has basically come, right? I mean, we still see remnants of Forgotten Realms. I mean, with 5e, you still have Tyr, you have Torm, you have Nistara, right? You have Lathlander. You even still have the multiverse aspect, right? We still have the concept that the multiverse exists. So it's not that they're shy. Fifth edition isn't shying away from gods. They're not trying to get away from gods, but fifth edition has definitely recognized that people don't want to be held to a religion.
Yeah.
And this is where that, the player agency has, turned into player entitlement. And now you can basically be anything without having to be that thing. You know what I mean? You can basically be a warlock without being the traditional warlock. You can be a paladin without having to be a paladin. You can be a cleric without having to be the traditional cleric. You can now basically be exactly what you were talking about. Instead of letting these things guide you into the character you wanted to play, you're basically just able to play whatever you want for any reason at any given time for the sake of we want to make sure people have fun and play our game. Instead of making rules. And I'm not saying this is a bad thing. It's just they've gone further away from we made rules for you to follow so you can play the game a specific way to a we get it. You love our game, play it however you want. Right? That's not a bad thing, but that's just the what is that? The laissez-faire or whatever, like the blah, just the blase
it is
attitude.
The way it is type deal.
And that's, again, I'm not dogging on 5th edition for having that lax attitude. It's not my preference, but it's definitely the recognition of they want gods to be a tool, but they don't want it to be a required tool. They don't want gods to feel necessary, but they want them to feel valuable. So that's how I'm feeling like 5th edition is going. It's up to the DM to include classes that are religious. Well, and exactly, right? Like you could make them more religious based on being the DM. But again, having a clerical oaths or having paladin oaths gets rid of the need, right? Like a DM can't force religion on an oath kind of thing, right? Whereas before, the only way to be a paladin would be to actually get part of a religion. So it's definitely making it more open. But I've even said this on stream. My hot take on this whole thing is that I would have rather just created a whole new class that is a paladin without a religion than allowing a paladin to exist without religion.
Right.
Like personally to me, it just makes more sense. Like I totally get wanting a paladin character, a paladin build that isn't religious. To just make a class that has all of the same paladin benefits, but has it for different reasons.
Different lore.
I just don't understand why, like we had paladin for cleric. Why didn't we give druids a paladin? Like, if you think about it, if the paladin is an upgraded cleric, why didn't we just give ourselves an upgraded druid? That could be a paladin without religion.
Interesting. I see what you're saying.
So I'm just saying, like, I feel that would have been a better approach. I feel like we could have done it with a new class.
Druids and clerics are very parallel in,
and they always have been from first edition. They've always been under the same umbrella. So that would be the way that I would have preferred to see it. I think it would have melded better to see a whole new class than just open up paladin to be whatever you want.
Right.
But that's just my hot take.
I think that's interesting. I think that's very interesting. But
Tiamat's Toxication. So
didn't we get one for Tiamat last time?
So Tiamat's Toxication, I'm thinking this thing has to be pure booze, and has to have Goldschlager. So basically think of like an AMF, probably a shot, So think of a 3 or 4 alcohol shot, so maybe a half ounce each, right?
That's gonna be wild.
Or yeah, so maybe a half ounce each, so 2 ounce shot, or you can do a quarter ounce each, but it would have to be Goldschlager and at least 3 other, you know, probably like have like Goldschlager, tequila, vodka, and probably even maybe gin.
Oof.
Because I'm like, it's Tiamat. It's got to be some of the purest spirits, right? So you got to get all the pure spirits. But he is the golden dragon, and he is about, you know, justice and purity. So you got to think you don't want any. So vodka very pure. Gin is very pure. Tequila is very. You know, I'm thinking like, what are things that he would consider not tainted? But then you got to add the Goldschlager in there for that kick. You know what I mean? That kick of justice. Justice isn't always nice.
Kick of justice.
So that's what I would be. Tiamat would be a 3 to 4 alcohol drink, vodka, tequila, gin, and Goldschlager.
Why did I just watch the clip from One Punch Man where Moomin Rider runs into that fish dude, throws his bike at him and says, "Cycle of justice!
Cycle of justice!"
Wow.
So yeah, so in 5th edition, from what I can gather, you know, DM encouragement is really to add gods into the campaign, add them into the lore, and have them on the ready for players that want to use them, and when you think it's best that a god intervenes for the story purpose. Basically, it's just another plot device to use, but in no way is it required. You can run an entire campaign without gods and no one would notice, or the entire campaign could be run at the behest of gods, or there could just be small interactions. And I feel like 5th edition's intent is that no game should feel lacking, regardless of how much god you have. Because 2nd edition would have felt lacking without gods, because it was designed to have a lot of god interaction.
I would say it would feel like there were, I don't want to say holes, but like.
But 5th edition, I think their approach was, we don't want that to feel that way, so let's focus on making sure that it's there, it's available, but it's not required. And again, same thing with players. I think players, if you design a character. Think about how the players create characters. Their expectation is, I designed a cleric who is the #1 fan of my god and a cleric, by the way.
Right.
So I'm like their #1 fan. You are going to, as a DM, lean into that. And you are going to lean into that as the god and be like, oh, you're my #1 fan. Like, you want to use the player's choice. That's what 5th edition is doing. But if you get a player who's like, dude, I just want to be the healer, cleric's the best build, but like, I'm not great. You're like, cool, you get the power anyway. And then, like, that's what 5th edition is trying to do. Is it's more about letting the player decide and decide how much interaction the god is having. Whereas previous editions, it was all more about the DM.
Yeah.
How much do gods interact in your world and your campaign? Whereas this one feels more about letting the players decide how much do they care about interacting with gods. Unless it works for your story, it's more or less, do the players care?
Okay.
And that's, yeah. So that is what I was able to find on the entire history of divine power, divine influence.
I like that. I feel like there's definitely a lot to be said with how players, DMs, like, decide to interact with this kind of stuff. And I will say, I feel like when there's more depth available to interact with, it makes it feel more valuable, which I will say is the downside to the type of game that I play, is because there's really no depth to anything until somebody goes looking for it. And then I'll create it, and then it'll snowball, and then it'll turn into the toast religion, or it'll turn into whatever else, you know, like you'll start an entire clan, you'll start a revolution, you'll start a movement, like whatever you touch will snowball into things. But outside of that, like, it just is what it is until you go for it. So I can definitely understand, like, having something that feels more concrete to interact with, like this. And I really think that, you know, having something like what you're talking about in, like, 2nd edition, where it's encouraging you to participate with the lore, with what's actually happening, with your deity, and being like, yo, like, not necessarily, like, again, going back to alignment, not forcing you or railroading you into a certain mindset, but more like the purpose of you being here is to be a role.
Yeah.
Is to be something, is to, you know, you watch anime, you want, like, look at One Piece, all right? You got Luffy as the captain, you got Zoro as his like bodyguard, you got, you know, all the different characters in the show. They have very different like reasons for being there and different aspects that they fulfill. He's not going to just go around finding all the swordsmen and that's the only thing he's looking for. Like, there's other things he needs for his ship. You know, one of them's a chef, one of them's a scientist, one of them navigates, one of them, like, they're all got their specialties, they all got their purpose. And I feel like a lot of the times when you go and you're like building this character, this is a part of the purpose that we're here to find. This is like, who am I? Why am I here? Why do I care about these things? And some people, they attach themselves to religion to find a reason to care about things. It's like, I believe in something higher and bigger than myself. I believe that I'm being led in the right direction. So you turn to this God and you're like, all right, God, where would you have me go? What would you have me do? What do you think I should care about? Oh, you want me to care about orphans? Guess what? I'm caring about orphans. I see orphans on the street, I give them money, I try and find them a home, I try and, you know, I make sure that if somebody got adopted, they're not being, you know, attacked or whatever, you know, like all kinds of things. Like, you can just, you say that I care about these things because I trust my God to lead me in the right direction, right? And you make that a part of your character. But if that's not the route you want to go, or if what you're specifically trying to do is like follow a story arc that breaks away from that, where you started off being religious and then you turned into something else, do that too. You know, like it works a lot of different ways, but I'm definitely here for it. So no, I very much appreciate that rundown. Like, there was a lot of good, like, I did not realize how different each edition treated it, you know, because even like, again, most of my experience is with you, and a lot of the experience that I got during the time like over COVID and stuff like that, where we weren't going anywhere, so I played so much D&D online. Like, it was crazy. I was in Discords all over the place. But yeah, it's honestly, I definitely can see that it is a challenge. You definitely have to be intentional to make sure you're actually interacting on that front. It's so easy to forget. Oh, you have a deity. Oh, you're not just your class, you know? Oh, you have a patron. Oh, you're not just your class, you know? Like, I will say there are times where even I forget that. And so like, I want to make sure that I'm leaning into these characters and I'm pointing in and I'm like, hey, I want to be a part of what you are as a character, you know? So definitely.
All right, so looking at the next amount of information, trying to figure out what we actually are going to cover.
Okay.
A lot of this is just information specifically on different deities, but I don't think we're going to get that granular. I think we're just going to talk overarching deities per edition, per setting, go over some fun lore, and then we'll do that. So I have to step away for just a second, and then we will get onto this next section, and then depending on where we are, we'll have to do our next drink.
Yes, or shot.
The shot. All right, I'll let you handle Lucifer's next drink while I step away.
Oof.
All right,
I will do my utmost, but I am nowhere near the craftsman that Vortex is. Lucifer put out the Wizard Weaver, a complex layered cocktail with multiple spirits. Honestly, when I hear layered, I specifically think of wanting to see actual layers in the drink. Like, when I lived in Indiana, there was this one place I used to go to, and I would get this drink called the Superman. And there were like different layers in this drink, and they were all the Superman colors. It was kind of dope. Like, it was kind of a vibe. But that's kind of what I imagine when you're talking about layers, and especially with like wizards. Like, I would imagine a lot of different, you know, shoot, I don't know, blues and greens, and I almost want to say like sparkly glitter. You know, we were talking the other day about trying to like add a little bit of that into a lot of the beverages, but again, Vortex was saying that it doesn't really show up super well unless you have like a stupid amount in there. So that can be kind of challenging, but complex. When I think of complex, I'm thinking these flavor profiles are gonna need to take some thought to put together. They're gonna need to take some you got to be very creative. You got to be very crafty about how you combine these things. See, and this is where I fail, because I don't know anything about, you know, mixology, like what types of things are gonna bring out something in something else, or it's all Spanish to me, all of it.
I mean, with the Wizard's Weave, the way that Lucifer's asking for it, it sounds like it's basically just a modified Pousse Cafe. So really, it's just
a Pousse Cafe.
We call it a Pousse Cafe. It's if you look it up, Google it, and it's a layered drink. It has like, I think, 5 or 6 layers, and it's meant to be sipped. It's a sipper, and it's meant to be taken with coffee. So each sip is a different liquor or liqueur with your coffee. So each one is a different experience. Every sip you take is a new experience.
Every sip you take.
And it's a really beautiful drink. It looks really cool. It has a bunch of different layers. But that's basically what he's asking for. Is some sort of that layered drink.
That's why.
But you would have to do it in a way that's chaotic but works.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Chaotic, structured.
Yeah. That's how. That's
genuinely, I feel like that's what magic kind of is.
And realistically, a Pousse Cafe, just maybe minus 1 ingredient or swap out a couple of ingredients is really what the Wizard's Weave would just be that. A Pousse Cafe.
Honestly, before you came in here, like I was describing what I thought like it should be. Is exactly what I was describing.
Yeah. All right. So where are we at right now? We've lost a couple people, which is fine. Appreciate those that have stayed. Okay, so we have gone over the majority. Like, we have definitely gone over the specific of what I wanted to do today. So what I have left is I do have a couple pieces of unique and interesting deity lore, and then I have a couple top 5 lists. That are basically, from what I can understand, these are like the top 5 based on the top 5 deities that are well known based on edition or setting. And then I even have a couple lists of, based on what I was able to find, who are the oldest and strongest deities of all deities.
Okay.
So if you guys want, we can go through that. That's going to be basically what we can continue.
In your research, would you say that older generally means stronger?
No. Because in this particular case, yes, some of the oldest gods are also the strongest, but not all of the oldest are the strongest.
Interesting.
So, chat, what do you guys think? We still have 1 drink to do, and we have potentially all of this. We've made it to the 4-hour mark. So, going through all of this probably won't take another hour or 2. But what do you guys think? Should we do the second drink now, and then continue with the topics, or should we finish up the topics and then end with a shot? End the stream with a shot. What do y'all think? Let me know in chat what y'all want to see. It's only a handful of you, so.
Let me know in chat. I'm going to be right back. Give me a moment.
All right, hopefully chat will let us know what they want. I'm assuming that they're going to want the shot now, because then they don't have to wait around it any longer. All right. Is anybody left in chat? Or were we a dead chat now? Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe we'll just do the shot and nobody will get to see it. Who died? Well, we're trying to figure out, does chat want us to do the shot now before we go on to the top 5 lists and the lore, or should we finish the lore and then end stream with the shot? That's the big question. I don't think we have enough people in chat for it to matter. Like, most people who have come and gone have come and gone. The baby always needs things. Tend to the baby. end on the shot? Okay. That should be pretty good then. Maybe that'll make us more interested in going through this next part and not being so granular about it. Oh, we'll see. If nobody else votes, then we'll go with that by the time Kage gets back. So, here we go. So how do we want to start this next session? So, we talked about a lot. Let's see. So, already talked about that. We have a 1 vote for each.
1 vote for each.
1 vote for end with a shot. 1 vote for a shot now.
Wild.
I kind of like the idea of ending with a shot, but you know, it depends on if anyone wants to stick around for this next part.
I do as well, but
at the same time, I mean, the cocktails are kind of like the highlight for it. So
I mean, it is.
I mean, I'm pretty sure after 4 hours in, I think who's gonna show up is currently here. I don't think we're gonna get any more people showing up. So might as well just do the shot now, and then we can just end with some fun lore.
Okay, I'm here for it. I'm excited for this lore though.
Yeah, this is gonna be kind of fun. All right, guys. So I see a handful of people in chat. No one else has spoken up, so either people are just lurking or whatnot. But oh well, it's time to make our shot.
It is time.
All right, shot time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. So this is the one that I created first and is my favorite.
Very nice. Very nice.
Just right there. Yeah, so this one, I'm gonna make 2 for us to shoot, and then I'm gonna make this one for display purposes.
Okay.
One after. So this was really fun to make. So I misspoke. Earlier I said the one that I had made, the original cocktail, was the one that replaced it. Technically, the one I was trying to create for this stream, the very first idea I ever had for a cocktail, was a shot. So technically, this is the one that
This
replaced
is the
it.
replacement. Okay.
Okay. But I just had created this one, and then I got the cocktail idea from chat, so I said the other one replaced it. But technically, the first one I tried to create and failed was a shot. So this is the official replacement. So with this one, we are going to do something a little bit more broad. The first one, Ethereal Elixir, was much more of the godly drink, right? This was the representation of just when gods are lounging in the afterlife, when the afterlife itself provides, right? When the Elysium fields provide fruit for the gods
It
themselves.
does give off that energy too.
That is what that drink is for. This drink. Not this drink. No, this is something quite different. This is going to be a delicacy among the gods. This shot, this shot comes with requirements. This shot is not just something that can be willy-nilly poured by anyone. This shot must come directly to the god. In special order.
Special order.
God cannot request this, but the god can receive it.
Interesting. Why is this still giving me chaos vibes?
It might.
Oh
so,
my gosh.
Should I leave you with the name while I get the ingredients and let you ponder what it's going to be?
Please.
I am going to be calling this shot the Ritual Sacrifice.
Ooh. All right. The Ritual Sacrifice. Tell me how you really feel. Okay. That's So I'm getting, I want to say abrupt, but like it's ritual. It's very intentional. It's very methodical. It's very, I give myself up to you type deal. Now it could be from the perspective of an unwilling sacrifice, right? But You tell me what you think, chat. What do you think? What's this shot? All right, I'm gonna put it in chat. Give me a second.
Nobody was here for the name. Y'all chose what it was. No one was here for the name. Yes, this one is going to be called the Ritual Sacrifice. So this one is going to be for display purposes, and then I will make us an actual sized version of the shot.
All right.
I've only ever made the mini version because I didn't want to get trashed trying to make this. So what you guys will need for this one is a shot glass, preferably clear. Preferably a real bar spoon, but I'm just going to be using this guy because he fits inside a shot glass quite nicely. So we are going to be needing a bar spoon for this. Because ironically, this is also in the Pousse Cafe family. This is a layered drink. This is a layered shot. I'm going to be using also a small ladle because this will make it easier for one of the ingredients because I don't have it in a squeeze bottle or any other way. But ingredients wise, so this is going to be really fun. In this order, you will need grenadine. Great little flavor. Surprisingly enough, fun fact about grenadine, grenadine is not cherry. A lot of people mistakenly think grenadine is cherry. Pomegranate.
Interesting.
Made from pomegranates.
Well,
I learned that myself. I never knew what it was flavored. I never knew what the flavor was, but a lot of people think it's cherry. It's made from pomegranates.
Okay.
So, you will need grenadine.
How much?
These are going to be equal parts. So depending on the size of your shot glass.
Oh, got you.
So this is going to be one of those 1/3 of an ounce if you want a single shot. 3/4 of an ounce if you want a double shot. But basically, it's going to be equal parts. So 1 part, 1 part, 1 part, or half ounce, half ounce, half ounce, whatever you're comfortable with doing. So we're going to try to do a 1/3 each, basically, to fill this. This is obviously going to be very tiny because this is only an ounce shot glass. So this one's only for looks, but these will probably have closer to a full ounce.
Got you.
Or closer to half an ounce of each thing. This will have a 1/3 of an ounce of each thing.
Got you.
So first ingredient, it's layered. Name it, spell slots. So first ingredient is grenadine. Second ingredient, very important, pineapple juice. The fresher, the better.
Okay.
The fresher, the better, and you'll see why. That's why I'm using the can of these, just because you'll see. The fresher, the better. And the last ingredient we'll need is based on your own preference of which brand. Like, I love the brand I'm about to use. Not only did Kage introduce me to this, not only is it my absolute, now hands down, #1 favorite gin.
Is it?
But
wild.
It is also just one of the best gins to go with this. But gin is the final ingredient. And yes, you want gin. You don't want vodka. You don't want tequila. You want gin. We are going to be working with my now favorite gin, Roku gin.
Wild.
This is absolutely, I have never liked gin. I've never been able to drink gin straight. Kage got me a bottle of this like 2 months ago. This is my second bottle.
Is it really? I was wondering how it was so full. I was like, I thought you were just being slow on it.
This is just me.
Wild.
This is my second bottle.
That's
the first bottle you
know.
gave me, I went through so quick. I'm like, I gotta rebuy this. So, like I said, this one is great. It's
well,
not.
I'm glad.
It's not harsh. I really like the flavor combos here. I mean, you got sakura flower, sencho pepper, yuzu peel, sakura leaf, sensuality. Like it's bitter in all the right ways. I usually don't like bitter, but this is like bitter in a pleasant way. It's like it's savory bitter, not like harsh bitter. If that's easier to understand.
Yeah.
So Roku gin, Aki, if you like gin, get Roku gin. 100%. I will tell everybody about this that I can, but you need Roku gin. Or you need a gin. We're using Roku today. So what are we doing with this? So we are going to make the ritual sacrifice. So first, we're doing equal parts of each one. Okay. But because we are doing it layered, the first layer just needs to make sure you don't get it on any of the walls. So try to pour it in flat, straight to the center. And then each layer will be using the spoon in order to layer. So why are we using these layers? Well, because what does a true ritual sacrifice cost from a mortal to a god other than blood, flesh, and spirit? So let's see what that looks like.
Very, very fair.
So we have our sacrifice of blood. I'm using this because I have the big container here. Otherwise, I would be able to use it otherwise. So, if you guys haven't done layered drinks before, you want to take your bar spoon, put it upside down into the glass just above the current layer. You don't want to dip it in. And all you're doing is pouring the next layer onto the back of the spoon. This allows it to gently enter the glass. And because they are different weights, it will prevent it from being forced in and mixing. And this will allow us to do layers.
Interesting. Very nice. Oh, that's clean. That is clean.
And the other ones in a second.
Beautiful.
There it is. You guys can see that. The ritual sacrifice.
Red, white,
blood,
and nothing.
Flesh and spirit.
And I like how the blood is underneath the flesh.
I'll try to lift it up so you guys can see. Blood, flesh, spirit. The ritual sacrifice.
Wild. That is clean. That is very, very clean.
Now, the reason why do I do gin? Because why gin? Why pineapple? Why grenadine? Well, what is a sacrifice if not bittersweet? The ultimate that you could do for your god, but it's also the ultimate sacrifice. The bittersweetness of being able to do the thing you've always wanted to,
but it costs you everything at the same time.
The bittersweetness of the ritual sacrifice.
Interesting.
That's why
voice
gin
is
so
cutting out. Can't hear. Oh, that might be.
Because I'm below the mic.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was just saying that, you know, the idea behind the ritual sacrifice being bittersweet, the idea behind making the ultimate sacrifice for the best reason possible. So you use gin because it's bitter. You don't want this to go down smooth. You want the sweetness of the grenadine and the uniqueness and the exoticness of the pineapple, but you want to get hit with that gin of that bitter, what you have to do.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I'm so here for it.
All right, I don't know if it's turned out any better.
Clean. No, that is clean.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes,
3 pours
please.
of the ritual sacrifice.
Yes, please.
Actually, I'm surprised. I thought one of those would fuck up.
No, that's
Actually,
fire.
the big one did. The big one is a little mixed. This guy is not nearly as separated. But there you all go. That is our bittersweet shot for the ritual sacrifice. And we will go ahead and give it a taste test.
Okay. Let's go.
You want the
Give me this guy right here.
big shot?
Mr. Big Shot.
All right, there he goes. So
Thank you.
here's to everything and nothing. Look at that, chat. Where's the camera? Look at that. Oh, the ritual sacrifice, bittersweet. Oh, that hits all the right notes. The first thing you get is the bitter of the gin. Immediately gets replaced by pineapple. You get the wash of the syrupy grenadine on your tongue, so it stops the burn. And then as you swallow, they just all come together, and it's almost like a strong tequila sunrise. You know, like when it's over poured and it's almost too much. It's like that, but the grenadine finish just makes it so much easier to go down.
So I don't know what it is, but it feels like tasting that. It was the first time a beverage felt like a sandwich.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how to describe it other than that. The beverage felt like a sandwich. It felt like I was.
You literally get all the layers, and you literally get one piece at a time. But what did you think about the flavor, though? The bittersweetness, like
Very much so. I agree.
it's an experience.
Yes.
It's not a flavor; it's an experience.
I mean, it's so much. It's you look at. You're right. The first thing that hits
so
you
good.
is the bitterness and like the little teensy bit of like spicy texture from the gin, and then immediately you get hit with that, like, again, that sweet wash of the sweet from the pineapple, and that grenadine just kills any of the residual tinkers. And you just left with a pleasant experience, man. That's nice.
The first one is just. the first one isn't that much like to be proud of, because it's just basically like an easy. I mean, tequila and fruit is easy, right? I am so proud of myself with this one. The variations that I got to get to here.
Yes.
This is mine. This is 100% my drink. I've never seen this anywhere else. I'm owning this one.
And I love that name
Vixie,
too.
yes, but even Vixie liked it.
Yeah.
Even Vixie likes it.
That's fire. That's what's up.
And Vixie isn't a huge fan of things that taste like alcohol.
That's true. That's true. That is very true. Okay.
That is. Oh man, I forgot how tasty that was. It's been like 2 weeks since I've had one.
Fire. Fire. That is clean.
So that is the ritual sacrifice, y'all.
Okay. Clean. Amen. I'm here for that.
All right, we'll be right back. I will let Kage entertain y'all, and then we will get finishing up this with this topic.
Perfection. Thank you, sir. Well, that was a fun ride. I am well pleased, and I'm still finishing the remnants of my what was it?
Ethereal elixir.
Ethereal elixir. Oh, it's so beautiful. Well, thank you to everyone that's still hanging out, vibing with us. We are stoked to have you guys here, and I'm liking these extra streams, man. Like, yes, this is our first one, but
no, this setup, like,
this
honestly,
is very cool.
This is worth it. I am 100%. If you guys are liking this and you guys keep getting extra streams, if you guys like the tavern part, we will be doing that. like I said, next extra stream, probably in the next day or two, I'll be posting a poll in the chat or in Discord on what kind of stuff you guys want to see us do on extra streams. Do you want to keep doing the tavern, or do you want us to do other type of topics? So keep an eye out for that. But yeah, I guess we will just continue on. We probably won't go too granular into this next spot, but I just kind of want to go over some fun stuff that I had found, some things that I had noticed. I have some like top 5 lists here. Let's see, we have the top 5 per edition. We have top 5 per setting. I have the most well-known, or at least from what I can understand, who are the most well-known. I have the first to be introduced. So oldest per raw.
Okay.
Then we have the oldest per the lore. Then we also have the strongest. And I have a kind of a personal note, but who I believe is the most influential god of all the D&D pantheons.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then I have a small list of the top 5 most influential, but we will talk about who I believe is the most influential. All right, so for those of you who may or may not be able to stick around for the entirety of this next section, I will give you a quick rundown. It's going to be basically just the names of who are going to be covering here. So if you hear one that you like, or if you guys are watching this on YouTube and you hear a name that you like, that you can skip ahead to that section. So we are going to be covering, at least in terms of the ones per setting, right? And most of these you'll be hearing multiple times. But from Greyhawk, we'll be covering Pelor, Saint Cuthbert, Vecna, Use, and Bokaba. However you want to say that. Bokab. In Forgotten Realms, we will be covering Mystara, Tyr, Lolth, Bane, and Cyric. From Dragonlance, there is Takhisis, Piladin, Galeen, Reorx, and Mishakal. Vecna, iconic, absolutely. But
Very
funny
iconic.
enough, I don't think Vecna's as iconic as modern perspective would have people believe. I do believe Vecna's important, but Vecna, I think, is more modernly relevant than they have been in the past.
Interesting. Okay.
I think they've just had a resurgence of popularity, but Vecna has not been, in my experience, one that has been in the top lists.
I'll say the one that comes to mind just in general when thinking about gods and pantheons, the first name that comes to my mind is Tyr. And to be honest, I don't even remember what he's the god of necessarily, but that's the first thing that I think of.
Oh, Hecate has a great question. Hecate, by the way, also, I know you wanted to do the highlight message, but we also have an Ask Me Anything option too. Either one for High Point, one for Cineverse, or just AMAs for both Kage and I, if you ever want to do that one instead. But good question. What god would you be? Oh wait, so fun question. So what god would you be, and what would be your standing in the world for a D&D campaign? I already know mine.
You are it.
I mean, basically it would be probably, well, I
Would
mean,
it not be Zenith?
well, technically no though, because Zenith isn't really representative of me. Zenith is a representative of a better me. So,
Oh, so you're saying what you would be as you are, not what you would be
Personality.
idealistically. That's the word.
idealistically. So, do you want a known deity, or do you just say are you mainly just asking for like what type, like what would it be, our sphere of influence, or are you asking for like a name, like what deity would you be? Because honestly, like I feel like if I were to have to be behind if I were to become a deity of like the D&D pantheons, I mean, I've always had a strong sense of justice, so it's like Bahamut kind of sounds right, but I don't know if I have that strict of like rule sets, so probably not, right? Raven Queen comes to mind in terms of like personal ideologies, following personal ideologies. I don't know. Honestly, I may even
Do you know if there's a god of truth?
Okay, not a named one, just what would you be? What would you be? The god of what? Like if you were to become a god in D&D, what would you be the pantheon of?
It would be truth. It would be like focused on discovering and seeking after what is true.
Okay, I would have to be then, yeah. So honestly, I would, in that particular case, I would probably be Zenith then. I honestly would be in Zenith because his primary sphere of influence is the god of personal growth, which is why his motto is strive for better. It's just, doesn't matter what you're doing, be better next time. Like the whole point is just don't accept wherever you're at.
Yes.
So yeah, I would probably be the embodiment of Zenith as in god form, and I would be the god of personal growth.
I like that. I do indeed.
Nice question. All right. So Forgotten Realms in Dragonlance, we have Takhisis Palette. Oh, we already went through Dragonlance. Planescape, we have the Lady of Pain. We have Eo, Palor, Asmodeus, and Zaris. In Eberron, we looked at the Silver Flame, the Sovereign Host, the Dark Six, the Blood of Vol, the Traveler. In Dark Sun, you have the Sorcerer Kings, the Elemental Lords. Ravenloft, Dark Powers, Ezra, Hala, the Morning Lord, Spelljammer. We'll be talking about the Seldarin, Ptah, and Celestine.
Klingon.
Yeah, right. So yeah, so just kind of giving you guys a heads up on the kind of stuff we'll be talking about if you don't have time to stick around. But I guess we will just start with the top 5 per edition. Let's start there. Because settings can go on various editions, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So a setting like Greyhawk can be across multiple editions.
Right.
So that's why I wanted to separate them. So this is more of, from the research that I've done, these are, in my interpretation, the top 5, not necessarily the most popular, but the most well-known from each of these editions. So going back to OD&D, because OD&D had no actual real pantheon, you're talking, they dealt with the real, mythos. They really leaned into just do what we know in the real world. So the top 5 that were really influential in OD&D, the ones that you would actually hear in terms of lore, would be Zeus, Odin, Ra, Set, and Thor.
Yes.
And that's Greek, Norse, and Egyptian, right? But the idea was it wasn't about one pantheon being beholden to the entire realm. It was just that there was a pantheon of gods, and that pantheon was what we know in the real world. So those were the top 5 that you would have been more likely to hear about in D&D lore when playing OD&D. And again, all thematic, all influential in terms of the story, but no interaction.
Got you.
Moving to AD&D First Edition. This is where, again, gods started to actually hold a position, right? They had a reason to be there. They actually explained how power works. So the ones that you would have been more familiar with during Greyhawk, you would have heard a lot about Palor, probably one of the most known of all the gods. Saint Cuthbert was also really important in Greyhawk. You have Lolth, you have Bakub, and then you have Moradin. And for those of you who aren't familiar with these, Palor is the god of the sun and healing.
That one is very familiar to me.
Right? Good alignment. You have Saint Cuthbert, a deity of wisdom, law, and retribution, and one of the major key figures of the lawfully lined players. Lolth was the drow goddess of spiders and chaos, and usually a central villainous figure, usually residing in the Underdark or for Underdark campaigns.
Interesting.
Bakab was the god of magic, representing the power of knowledge and arcane magic, frequently worshipped by wizards. And Moradin was the chief deity of dwarves and was also associated with creativity, craftsmanship, and leadership.
Interesting. Okay. I like it.
All right. And then we move on to second edition. This is where you're going to get a lot of the Forgotten Realms, a little bit of Dragonlance. But you have the Mystara, probably one of the absolute most famous and most well-known of all of the deities, alongside Palor, Bahamut. When I think of like Mystara, I think Bahamut. I think of Tiamat. I think of Set. I think of Ra. I think of Palor. Those are the top tier of what everyone knows. I think those are the ones that have always been repeated. You have Tyr, So you have Mystara, which is the goddess
That
of
was what I was
magic.
talking about.
We all know Mystara, goddess of magic, holder and representation of the weave. Tyr, which is the god of justice, popular for paladins and good lawfully aligned characters. And then you have Tikissus, which was the evil five-headed dragon goddess that was the main antagonist used in Dragonlance. So this was kind of like your overarching reason for all the bad stuff in Dragonlance.
Okay.
And usually was used to just dictate how things were going in the campaign.
Right.
From Dragonlance, you also have Paladine, which was the counterpart. So that was, again, with Dragonlance, you had a big shift between good and evil. It was a big campaign regarding good and evil, and these were the two gods to basically follow.
Main people on the opposing sides of each other.
Yeah. And then going back to Forgotten Realms, you also have Bane, which is the god of tyranny and war, and was a powerful evil deity whose death and resurrection influenced many of the campaigns back in second edition. So because of the way that second edition incorporated the lore of all the gods as they told the stories and had these things happen, it was expected that the DMs would incorporate those stories into their campaigns, right? The fallouts. It wasn't expected that you would play through those stories, but having heard those stories and heard the fallout, you would incorporate the fallout into your campaign as part of it, right? So unlike where we have Adventure League now, where everyone plays the same story, second edition was much more of something happened in lore, so everyone's free to decide at what point do you reside in that lore, and when do you want to incorporate those changes. So everyone's playing the same game, but not quite.
Yeah.
Which is why I took the opportunity to use the Spell Plague as the crux of the Cataclysm for High Point.
And
which is exactly what second edition wants you to do.
Yeah. I feel like that works well when it comes to expressing how different things are in different places and how you can interact with stuff again across time and being able to like see the effects of what you've done. And that's honestly one of my favorite things. Like, I know theoretically time travel, you create a new parallel universe and it's not the same time, but honestly, being able to genuinely see the effects of what you've done and feel like you actually have an effect on what's going on in the world, it's super huge.
Yeah.
And I like that a lot better, I'll say.
Yeah, and just being able to tie all those things in to make it feel like a world you live in instead of a world you just watch. That's a huge deal. So moving to third edition, Paylor again comes back as a major figure. Now in third edition is where we get the popularity, the first resurgence of Vecna as a pivotal character, the Lich turned god of secrets and undead, usually a very iconic villain for a lot of campaigns, usually something to strive for,
very much so.
or against. You have Corleone. How do I always fuck this name up? Corleone
Latherin. Okay.
Yeah, I think. Maybe I got that wrong. I have no idea. But this was the god of elves and magic. And usually really utilized in the high fantasy campaigns, representing like art, beauty, arcane prowess, just one of the major deities used for representing the arcane arts. Grumsh, which a lot of people know, so Corleone was the elven pantheon, Grumsh was the orcish pantheon. And
wait, say those names again.
So there was Corleone, that was the elven, and then you have Grumsh, which is the one-eyed god of the orcs.
Okay.
Symbolized destruction, savagery, and usually another key antagonist in a lot of campaigns involving monstrous races. So usually when you had campaigns highly focused on creatures and not people, you would usually have Grumsh at the crux of it.
Okay.
And then Cord, another Greyhawk special, god of strength, physical prowess, storms, battle, and also became a popular choice for warriors, barbarians, fighters of the sword. So another influential character that kind of just led a lot of ideologies behind character creation.
Okay.
So then we move into fourth.
Okay.
So fourth edition went a little bit more, again, kind of got rid of the gods and it was more of like what's going on with their fights. Coralon is a good Coralon is how it's pronounced. Coraline, not it's Coralon. Coralon, gotcha. Coralon. And then in 4th edition, again, getting away from the standard pantheons, standard, the standard interaction. These were more of you would hear more or less the highest level of gods, right? Because again, you're not listening to gods that are interacting with mortals. They have their own problems. They're dealing with shit, and they're dealing with like the primordials as well. So in 4th edition, you're going to hear more about Bahamut. You're going to hear Raven Queen, again, Pelor. Bahamut being the platinum dragon, god of justice. You have the Raven Queen, goddess of death and fate. You have Asmodeus, the archdevil that ascended to godhood and ruled the 9 hells. That was it. That was
Why does that sound kind of like, I think, was it you, Hecate, that was talking about that demon that he actually made his god after? I feel like that demon's name was Asmodeus. And then something like that.
And then also with the Underdark, we go back to Lolth as well. Lolth was a big, character, because again, just it felt like 4th edition was really like leaning on like the biggest players in the pantheon, like the ones that the umbrellas of the pantheon. So Lolth, all Underdark, just easier to do that. Didn't have a bunch of different ones.
Okay.
And then coming back to 5th edition, probably going to be some names that everybody is very familiar with. 5th edition using Mystara. You're going to hear Mystara. You're going to hear Tyr, the god of justice, and good characters. Lolth again coming back as the the Underdark queen. Asmodeus again because of the 9 hells and all of that. And then of course Pelor. Again, 5th edition really isn't creating anything new. They're not really trying to bring anything that we haven't known. They're trying to go back to tradition and go back to source and make it a little bit more appealing. So it makes sense that we're not going to really see a lot of new fanciful gods. We're going to be leaning on the ones that have the rich lore already.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's just how, and you can see, we talked about Greyhawk, we talked about Forgotten Realms, Dragonlance, in every edition. But how did they stack up per the settings? So when we break it down per settings, that was just per edition. Okay. When we break it down per setting, we get some different unique ideas, right? Like we didn't hear about Vecna as a popular choice until 3rd edition. That's when Vecna became popular. But when you look at it from a setting point of view, taking Greyhawk, for instance, right? In the setting of Greyhawk, you're going to hear lots about Pelor, St. Cuthbert, we've already talked about, Bacab. But you are going to hear about Vecna in Greyhawk specifically. Vecna is going to come up more in Greyhawk than most of the others.
Interesting.
You're also going to have Euse, which is also going to come up specifically in Greyhawk. So we already know about Pelor. St. Cuthbert is the god of wisdom, law, and retribution. Vecna, the mortal lich, and then we have Euse, the demigod of evil, pain, and tyranny. So these are going to be the more popular ones that you hear if you're venturing in Greyhawk, and of course, depending on which edition you have, right? But these are going to be those ones that are going to be more specific when you run a Greyhawk campaign.
So for me, if I wanted to, because generally speaking, like I said, every single one of these gods that are out here, they theoretically exist in my world. Because again, my world is a very cumulative world, right? And so with that, because I personally, as DM, do not know much about these deities, like, is there like a singular place to go? So if I wanted to just get a lowdown lore throughout history about Pelor, just because one of my characters wants to be a god of Pelor specifically, is there a place to go for that?
Probably the Wikidot is the best. Okay. 5e Wikidot is hands down because especially for the Forgotten Realms section, they give you everything that was published. Not necessarily excerpts, but what you find in the Wikidot is accumulative of like what we were talking about in the very beginning of this episode, where it may be a blurb in the DMG,
right.
But then another
whatever
book might
it is
constantly represent. So that's what the Wikidot has done, is it's gone through all of the times that character was mentioned and trying to corroborate and aggregate all of the information whenever those characters were done. So I would say if you have any interest in any specific god, go to the 5e Wikidot, or the D. I'm sorry, not the 5e, the D&D Wikidot. Right. And really just type in the deity's name and just go with it, because they've collaborated as much of the information that you can find.
Okay.
It's where I use a lot of this information too.
Okay, that's good to know.
All right, so in Forgotten Realms, this thing has gone from 2nd edition, 3rd edition, 4th edition, and 5th edition. So Forgotten Realms spans a bunch. But if you're going to play in a Forgotten Realms setting, what you're going to hear the most of is Mystara. You're probably going to hear of Tyr, the god of justice and law. You're going to hear of Lolth. You're going to hear of Bane, the god of tyranny, fear, and ambition. And you're also going to hear about Cyric, the god of lies, madness, and murder. And if you're playing in Forgotten Realms, you're also going to find out that Cyric murdered Mystara, which caused the spell plague, right? So depending upon not just the addition, but again, if you're playing in a specific setting or a foundation of a setting, these are going to be the things that, you know, again, I play in Forgotten Realms, or at least I Forgotten Realms is one of my foundations. So Mystara and Cyric and the spell plague is a literal cornerstone of how High Point was created, right? So big deal on that one. And I think that's why I just love it so much, is because it's just, I was able to pull so much from it.
I like that. I like that a lot.
So in Dragonlance, you're gonna, you know, we've talked about Takhisis, the five-headed dragon goddess of evil, and Paladine, the god of good, justice, and order. But you also have Gilleen, the god of neutrality and knowledge. Also holds the Book of Knowledge, which represents all power, you know, all knowledge in the universe, and represents the physical embodiment of balance. Reorx, the god of creation, craft, and the forge. It's a patron deity of craftsmanship and dwarves. And you also have Mishakal, the god of healing, compassion, and mercy. Again, these are going to be ones that you're going to find Dragonlance being a very linear type of gameplay. So these are going to be set individuals with set personalities to kind of focus on directing the gameplay. Mr. Rex is also another good resource, I guess. So
Mr. Rex?
I guess.
Okay.
Let's put that in the chat. And then we go to Planescape. So looking at Planescape, seeing as how Planescape was centered more on the multiverse, you're going to get a little bit of a mix of everything. So you're going to get Ao, which is one of the oldest known gods, both lore and raw wise, rules is written, and is basically mostly known for Forgotten Realms. Like most people will know he came from Forgotten Realms, but Planescape used him as well. And he's basically the overgod. He's the all-father. He is the god of gods. He is the true ultimate last definition of God. In terms of the D&D pantheon.
Right.
You also have the Lady of Pain in Planescape. Although not quite a god specifically, she does maintain a level of power and influence that even the gods respect. So not quite an official
the same
god
type, yeah.
But in terms of when playing a campaign of Planescape, you're going to treat that character as such. You have Zorus also in Planescape, the god of humanity and the epitome of law. So this is more like your Bahamut character for this.
Right.
Pelor comes back in a big way as well. Pelor is kind of just everywhere. And Asmodeus as well comes back to Planescape. So again, Planescape kind of just borrows a little bit from everywhere. And let's see here. So we talked about Dark Sun before, and how Dark Sun kind of didn't really have gods. So we talked about the Sorcerer Kings before, which were ancient, powerful rulers equivalent to deities. So they were basically the mortal equivalent. They were people who held as much power and could rival God in terms of their power. You also have the Elemental Lords. These are those that, without the concept of traditional gods, these were people that were able to harness the forces of nature and the elements when the gods weren't there to balance it out and to hold them back. So without gods giving power out, they were able to command the elements, essentially.
Okay.
And then you have a couple other individuals, like Rajat was the first sorcerer and demigod-like figure. So basically the first person to come to power with these mortal powers. Dragoth was another sorcerer king that came later, and his whole purpose was to ascend to godhood. So his idea was to actually obtain the unattainable.
Did they ever go over like how these people ended up making that journey? Was it something they stumbled upon? Was it something they were fighting for? And
so sometimes, yes, if there's enough detail, yes, they did go over that. But sometimes, and like we've talked about before, these were just left as statements. This person was doing this thing. And it was up to you to fill in the blanks.
Interesting.
And then let's see, kind of just skipping ahead here. Ooh, Spelljammer. Spelljammer was a really popular one for 2nd edition and even coming back into 3rd edition or 5th edition as well. But for them, Oh, the main thing I wanted to talk about for Spelljammer was interesting is they expanded some of the more unique D&D pantheons into, because before the pantheons were considered more of like planet based, right? Like on certain locations, that's where it was done. So the note that I have here for Spelljammers, it was the first one to really suggest that gods had power beyond the planets, right? Like gods were truly through the universe. And so it started to give power to like Mystara, Pelor, and Lolth across planets and across other planes of existence. So Spelljammer really started to also show that they're not just here, right in front of you, they're everywhere.
Like magic is not just here, magic is everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so now we get to what I believe are the 5 most well-known gods of D&D Pantheon.
Okay.
Period.
Okay.
Of all editions, of all settings, after everything I've looked at, this is what I'm going to put out there as the most well-known.
I'm confident, and this is just because of how ignorant I am to a lot of things. I'm confident there's likely going to be at least 2 on this list that I don't know.
Now, I will say this. I am not putting these in any particular order because ordering them would be impossible. So I'm not, these are not in any particular order of well-knownness. But at the same time, if I had to say it, I will probably say that I'm going to list them if I had to choose. I'm going to list them in the order of least to most.
Okay.
So the last one I list in this list of 5 will be the most known. This first one will be the least of the most known. So the top 5 most well-known deities, starting with the least of the top 5 known.
Okay.
Lolth.
Lolth. Okay.
My reasoning being that most people who play D&D understand the Underdark. She is basically, if you understand magic in D&D, you know Mystara. So therefore, if you understand the Underdark, you know Lolth. Now, not every campaign takes place in the Underdark. Not every campaign introduces the Underdark. But the Underdark is so well entwined with D&D that I believe Lolth definitely deserves a top 5. But because not every campaign utilizes Underdark, I will put her at the lowest end because she is the
it's
least
kind of situational, lightweight, but again, very common.
Very common, but the least of these 5 to be used on every campaign. Second above Lolth, mainly because of longevity and use as the like a neutral god of light, healing, and sun. Pelor. That is definitely a name I think the average D&D player would know.
That one I'm at least somewhat familiar with. Like I played in a campaign where there was a cleric of Pelor, who was a god of light.
At least bare minimum, a cleric of Pelor, something of Pelor. Pelor tends to come up even as a name. Even if you don't know who he is, you've heard the name probably more than you've heard of him.
Right.
So again, not hugely, not like every campaign, but when it comes to the actual Pantheon, I'm pretty sure Pelor is used more often than Lolth and used very regularly. Number 3, it pains me to say this because this would be my number 1, but I understand why I wouldn't put this as number 1 because in terms of pop culture, this is more of a if you know, you know, like everybody in D&D knows this, but you wouldn't have necessarily heard this name if you weren't a D&D fan. Whereas the next 2 you will have heard the names even if you weren't a D&D fan.
Gotcha.
So that's why this name at number 3 pains me to say, but unfortunately, because this name doesn't really get used beyond D&D, that's why it's the top of the D&D only list, right? You don't hear Pelor and Lolth outside of D&D much. Neither do you hear this next one. But Mystara is number 3. You know D&D, you probably know Mystara.
Yes.
If you've ever heard of the Weave, if you've ever looked into how magic works, if you've ever even touched Forgotten Realms, you have seen the name Mystara. So I'm confident in putting Mystara above Pelor. Even though Pelor is older, I think Mystara's been largely
influenced than
and referenced more. I think she's been referenced more, and I think that she stands out as a very well-known figure throughout most of the editions. Now, beyond Mystara, the reason why it pains me is Mystara would be my number 1 pick. But there are 2 that surpass Mystara, mainly because they are also used outside of D&D. And therefore, you kind of have to just accept that these names are going to be more well-known. But the second most well-known
would be Tiamat.
Tiamat. Yes.
I think
Yes.
I think there's way more people who would say who's Mystara before they would say who's Tiamat.
Yes.
And the only one above Tiamat that makes any sense in D&D would be Bahamut. The most well-known of all the D&D gods, in my opinion, is Bahamut. Because even if you've never even heard of D&D, there's a likelihood that you've heard the name Bahamut.
I will say that I am. Maybe this is just because the circles I run in, but even outside of D&D, I would say I'm more familiar with Tiamat than I am Bahamut.
Could be. But I'm just because I come from a video game past, so Bahamut's been used in multiple video games. So again, this is just my experience, but Bahamut's a name that I immediately recognize. Like I get an image. Tiamat takes me a minute. Takes me a minute to figure it out.
Okay.
Bahamut's just one of those things. It doesn't even bring me to D&D. It just instantly gives me the image of a dragon. Mystara brings me to D&D. Bahamut doesn't immediately bring me to D&D. Bahamut just brings me an image.
Interesting.
That's my.
So I just searched up the word Bahamut, and the picture that's coming up is not what I expected.
What'd you get?
It's this like human with the like horns and whatnot.
Yeah, the demon lord.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing too. Was Bahamut's been used in just so many different ways over the years, both real and fictional. It's just I feel like that's going to be probably the one that everyone gets the most. All right, so we'll get down to these last little bits here. Okay, we have 2 more sections, and then my last little side
snippet.
Yeah, my last little side snippet, and then we're done.
Right.
So over 5 hours. Hey, we did what we wanted.
Come
All
on,
right,
get it.
So, who do you think? It's kind of this is the deep cut lore. This is like the
Deep cut.
This is the trivia part of the episode.
Okay.
Who do you think lore-wise, or not lore? No, sorry, not lore-wise. Excuse me, back up. Who do you think raw-wise, not lore, but based off of introduction? Who do you think is the oldest god, or who was the first god to be introduced?
Now, are you talking about first god
in D&D? In D&D, in a book, who do you think was the first god
just to be mentioned
named and officially introduced? As in, this is a god and this is who they are.
Could it include a non-D&D specific god?
As long as you believe they were in D&D, who do you think the first god to officially be introduced in D&D officially in a rulebook is? And chat, if you have an idea, type it in chat before I answer. Type it in YouTube if you have an idea. But type what you guys think. What was the first god introduced in D&D?
Can I ask, have you mentioned their name?
Oh yeah, several times.
That's what I thought. Wild. Wild. I want to say something from Greek mythology or Norse mythology or something along those, but I'm gonna say like Odin.
Perfect guess, because the original always said go with what you know.
Right.
So this is the fun part. All the way back in 1975.
Okay.
Supplemental 1, Greyhawk, was the book. This is Gary Gygax's Greyhawk campaign setting. This is the first book that was actually about a campaign setting. It was a supplemental. It was supplemental number 1. And it was the first official introduction of a deity. Like an actual introduction, not just a name drop, but an actual introduction.
So where they actually like said stuff about him.
And I told you guys this from the very beginning of the stream to remember this name. Saint Cuthbert was the very first deity in all of D&D to officially get an introduction.
Cuthbert. Okay.
He was introduced in Supplemental 1, Greyhawk, in 1975. He was a god of wisdom, law, and retribution. He was the early example of a deity created specifically for the D&D. He is the first known official D&D unique, like, IP. And so he was the first one that wasn't drawn from an outside source.
Okay,
It
I
was
like
intended
that.
to serve as a moral and ethical guide for the lawful alignment clerics and paladins, with an emphasis on justice, order, and the punishment of evildoers.
How do you say his name again?
Saint Cuthbert, Cuthbert,
Cuth.
Bert. So yeah, along with Saint Cuthbert, in this very supplemental, these were the other gods that were shortly after him introduced. So while Saint Cuthbert was the first, followed immediately by Pelor, Fultus was the third, or these may not be the exact order, but
Right.
also in the supplemental, Pelor. Fultus, which was the god of light, law, and order, and often worshipped by the good alignment. He is associated with a rigid adherence to law and faith. Then you have Bakab, Ouijas, the god of death, magic, and law. You have Euse, was also introduced in that supplemental. Alona, the goddess of forest, nature, and fertility, was introduced.
Okay.
Hextor, the god of war, tyranny, and conflict. Nerul, the god of death, darkness, and destruction. And Obad-Hai, the god of nature, wilderness, and weather. Usually worshipped by druids.
I could totally see Venla.
So those were the first gods to ever be officially introduced in a D&D campaign that weren't just referenced by name.
Interesting.
So,
Okay.
who do you think now? Let's go to the next stage.
All right.
Who do you think, per the lore, is the oldest god in all of D&D Pantheon? Technically, I've already told you throughout this last 5 hours. Chat, feel free to guess who is the oldest D&D deity in all of the D&D Pantheon. Who is the oldest per the lore? Who came first? Who is the one above all?
This is gonna be so wrong.
Survey says Tiamat. That's one guess.
I know it's gonna be so wrong, but I lightweight feel like it's Mystara. Because I mean, magic's always been around, they've always had to have. But maybe
It's a good guess. It's a good guess.
but the question is, do they view, like, if they didn't create Mystara until like a later edition, can she still be the oldest?
No, yeah, you can introduce something and have it be older.
That's what I'm. That's okay.
But Mystara was mortal before she became the goddess that embodied the week.
Did I not know that?
No, you did. Just been a while. But Mystara has been mortal before.
Well,
So, the official answer in all of D&D Pantheon, even though they overlap and some don't, and some have their own unique, but when you take into account every deity that they've officially announced, Ao is officially the oldest god, the overgod of gods.
Ao?
Ao. The overgod, the Allfather, the god of gods.
How you spell that?
Ao.
The letter A, the letter O.
His name is Ao.
Okay.
And he is the Allfather. He is the god of gods. Before any other god in creation, he was known to be around before all of them. He was the one during the time of troubles that cast the gods from godhood into the mortal realm and forced them to walk the mortal realm.
Interesting.
So he was the one that tore all of divinity asunder and said, you know what? I'm tired of you acting like spoiled pricks. Go learn what it's like to be mortal. And he's the one who forced them into the mortal plane during the time of troubles.
Good for Buckingham. Sometimes he's snotty little brats need to.
So following him, we also have the Lady of Pain. Also considered to be extremely ancient, above most, older than most deities. We have another one that's theorized to be one of the oldest, is Thurisdan. God of eternal darkness, decay, and entropy. And the reasoning being is that due to their desire to be the end of all things, the idea that they are the god of entropy, it is believed that they were in existence since the beginning of things. Their entire existence is to end things. Therefore, they have been in existence since things. So it is believed
to be the lack of things.
Like literally, they are the exact opposite of what is. Therefore, they had to existed when is became is.
Right.
So they didn't exist before it, like Ao, but they existed the moment it became. The moment anything became, it instantly was created to want it to be destroyed. So it's believed that they are literally in the creation at the moment of creation because they're anti-creation.
Interesting.
You also have primates. The one and prime ruler of Modrons. And one of the reasons behind this is, again, being the avatar of law and order, it is believed that they are one of the oldest to have embodied that that sphere of influence, and therefore, at the creation of all things, law and order was thus created. So they are also equally.
Their necessity has always been, so it's almost like the mantle. It's like
Or an eternal. It's like the eternal. They
Yeah.
exist because the thing needs it to exist.
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't death be included in that?
Well, and then you have Atropos, called the world-born dead. It is the primordial embodiment of death and entropy, and therefore, the reason why they believe that the world-born dead is what they call it, right? This is it's an entity that's not an entity, right? They call it a embodiment of death and entropy. But the reason why is the lore behind Entropos is that it was the first failed creation. And therefore, it was the first thing to die. And therefore became the void that is the world-born dead.
Interesting.
So it existed before anything existed because it was the first thing to be tried and failed.
Interesting.
So
That's wild.
So if you think of Ao as the one trying to do all of this, this would be the first creation before everything else. So this would almost be next in line to Ao for the oldest thing. If you look at Ao,
I could see that. I could see that.
This would be one of its failed creations.
But what was the one that was anti everything? Would he want that failed creation destroyed?
Well, I don't know, because technically he wasn't available until everything was created, and this was before that. This was the first failed creation, so it wasn't a thing to be created. It wasn't a thing to be undone. It's still before all of it. So it even so interesting that it even, like, you know, what was the word? Supersedes them. And then the last one, here's the ones I was talking about earlier, is the progenitor dragons, the creators of the world of Eberron. So in the Eberron setting, the progenitor dragons are the ones that created everything.
Oh, okay, that's what Lucifer was talking about.
Yeah, considered to be older than the gods, and basically just, you know, they are the overseers of the multiverse in a sense.
Got you.
So those were the oldest. Now for the strongest, because you mentioned, are the oldest always the strongest?
Yes.
So number one strongest, based off of the powers, abilities, and history that they've done things. In the sense, Ao is the strongest. He is the god of gods. He is the All-Father. So therefore, it makes perfect sense that he's going to be there. Also, part of one of the oldest ones and most strongest would be the Lady of Pain. Also considered to be one of the strongest. Again, not a god herself, but even feared by gods for what she can do. Asmodeus, also considered to be one of the most powerful gods, although not the oldest, but still considered to be in that. Thurisdan, of course, you know, also one of the more powerful, but again, you have the idea that they are entropy itself, so they are the exact opposite of what everything else is. And then you have Primus. You know, one of the first gods of law and order, so considered to be holding the absolute power and balance of the universe in his hands.
Weird question. Is there a popular representation of the god of time?
Like in like a D&D format?
Yeah, just like in general. Like, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is somebody calling somebody Kronos, right? But is there
Oros.
like what?
Oros is the god of time. I
Oros.
think.
Is that for a specific setting, or is that just?
Oh no, it is Kronos. Yeah, Kronos from Forgotten Realms. Seems to be it. I mean, Forgotten Realms. Kronos was a deity, the god of time, ironically lost to the ages. So a god of time that is basically literally just sitting back watching it all happen.
Wild.
Let me see if I can get any more information from another source.
I'm curious how different either settings or additions or whatever used them, like what type of character they gave them, what type of,
Well, most of them kept, like, once they were created, they kept their profile. So whatever their alignments, whatever their ideologies were, whatever their personalities were,
it was fairly consistent throughout.
always was consistent once they were created. It's just when and where they were created, that was the difference. All right, so what we're going to end with is my kind of final thing. I have so much information here that I didn't need to create because I think everybody knows their history. Before we go to that, we'll end it on that one. So I wanted to go over, I did find some unique lore about things that are technically considered older than gods.
Okay.
I wanted to kind of go over that too. So the primordials in 4th edition are considered older than gods, and that's why 4th edition doesn't have gods, because the gods are dealing with primordials.
Yep.
There's a place called the Far Realm.
That does sound familiar.
A mysterious alien plane of existence outside the known multiverse, thought to have been around before the multiverse, and often associated with mind flayers, beholders, aberrations. This is the beyond the universe location.
Okay.
Considered to have been in existence before the current existence.
Yeah, that guy I was telling you about that does all the Marvel history. He goes into that a lot too.
You have something called the Great Old Ones. The immensely powerful entities that predate gods and mortals. Usually think of like the cosmic horrors like Cthulhu. Like creatures of just before the creation.
So I was curious if you were going to mention Cthulhu when you were talking about like the most famous gods, but then I was thinking to myself, I don't know if he counts as like a deity, like a god.
Anybody
like
else who's familiar with Forgotten Realms, Dendar the Night Serpent was also a creature from something beyond the creation. There's also something called the Void, or the pre-creation chaos, is a location or a plane that existed, that has basically just been in perpetual existence of all time. So it predates everything.
Okay.
Atropos, the world-born dead, again, it was the first failed creation, so before anything was, that was the first try. The progenitor dragons, also considered if you go the Eberron route. And something called the Elder Elemental Eye.
Elder Elemental.
This is Tharisdan's pre-god form.
Interesting.
So according to his lore, he was known as the Elemental Eye before they became the god. They were a primordial force associated with entropy and destruction. So basically, the first thing to become a god. The first thing that was an entity that became a god.
Interesting.
All right, so now we will end.
Oh, that's wild.
With my little hot take. And I got a whole bunch of information here, but I don't think we're gonna have to go over all of it. But my little hot take.
Hot takes?
Who, in all of the D&D Pantheon and all of the editions, from the beginning to today, who is the most influential god to D&D period, to all of Dungeons and Dragons? Post it in chat, let me know what you think. Who is the most influential god?
Now, when we say influential, we're talking about,
in any way you want to represent that, changing the individual campaigns, changing player perspectives, changing how the game works, how many times they're mentioned, how much of the campaign is influenced by their storyline. Just literally whatever you consider influence. Who has the most influence on D&D? Let's see if you guys have the same idea that I do.
Well, I'm gonna take a wild shot in the dark, and again, this is only based off of the little that I know of these deities. The one that I see with the biggest reach, I mean, for me, is Vecna. Is it Vecna?
The Lich God, the
Yes.
Lich turned God.
The one that forced their way into godhood.
Well, a lot of them have forced their way into God.
But like he what's the I mean, like I swear, if I remember the story correctly, I think they like tricked their way into godhood. Like whoever was in the position, they got them out of it, and then they were able to like take over the mantle with like there was a whole thing of like that's again
I, off the top of my head, I don't. Right, it wasn't something we talked about today for sure.
It's not.
I was like trying to remember like who we talked about today that falls within that, but I don't think we talked about them today. So why do you think that would make them the most influential?
Just because it's one of those situations where you look at people start looking at what's possible. People start looking at what you can do. And now a lot of people are trying to do and recreate, and potentially even the gods have to change how things work so that it's not, that can't happen again. Or, you know, like there's a lot of different ways to go about addressing what it looks like to be a god.
Okay.
Right? And so
that's not a bad example. That's not a bad guess in terms of someone who really shook the bounds by saying, "Hey, you can become a god." That's not bad. That's not bad.
That's my initial thought. But again, it's only because I know so little. I'm telling you.
Well, I'm not seeing anything in chat, so what I'm gonna throw out there for me, it probably should be no surprise to anybody, but in terms of influence, in terms of how many editions they pop up in terms of how often they have been utilized throughout campaigns, how much they have changed the game itself, both mechanically and lore-wise, right? That's what I'm looking at, is what single deity has manipulated the game both lore and mechanics-wise throughout each of the editions. What has caused the most storyline, split-ups. These are the things that I think. And when I put all of that together, my money is on the star. Because all the way back from kind of what you were saying, back from her creation, she was a real character from one of the original creators of D&D. That was one of their characters who eventually got to ascend to godhood. It was like the literal first in-game person, not just lore person to ascend, but it was like technically the first in-game person to ascend, right? So that's a big deal. Sets a precedent. But on top of that, ascending to godhood also became she became the weave. Like literally we have the entire concept of the weave because of Mystara and her whole campaign. So that's the entire setting for all of magic.
Interesting.
The fact that she was responsible for world-changing events during the time of troubles is when all the gods were cast down to mortalhood. When Mystara was one of the first deities who was able to regain her powers. And then shortly after that, you have the spell plague because her death with Cyric caused the spell plague, caused the entire fallout. I mean, think about the entire spell plague, also following at the second Sundering. All of these things happened just because of this one deity. And these things fundamentally changed how D&D works. Magic changed, the entire lore changed. I mean, this is literally this is like World War II level changing history. And while deities did that, she just had so much of the most impactful ones, and to this day is still one of the most utilized deities because of what she represents.
I definitely feel that.
And,
I can definitely feel that.
And she's the one that keeps coming back because Mistral was the first goddess that the mortal actually ascended to. The immortal, I forget what the mortal's name was at the top of my head, but she ascended to Mistral. When Mistral died, Mystara, her reincarnated version, took over. And now we have like number 4, Mystara. So we're on her 4th reincarnation because she can't we just can't live without a Mystara, right? Like, it's so integral to the story that she's the one. I mean, we've lost deities before. Deities have died, disappeared, gone away, but we always come back to Mystara. Mystara is just such a focal point in my mind that telling the D&D story without her wouldn't work. Not saying that any D&D deity could be removed, but pivotally, in my opinion, you cannot remove Mystara.
Okay.
So that's my hot take.
I feel you. I'm not mad at that answer.
Let me know what you guys think in the comments on YouTube. Let me know what you guys think in chat if you guys have it. But that is bringing us to the 5 o'clock hour. We've lost quite a few viewers. I can totally understand. We've been here all day. But we did successfully do our cocktails. We have gone through the entire history of the D&D Pantheon, cover all of the editions, covered most of the settings. I hope you guys had a fantastic time. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Soul's still here watching. That's fantastic.
Appreciate you.
So this was a lot of fun. I am really looking forward to doing more of these. Lore and Pour is definitely on the books. Doing deeper dives with custom cocktails. I want to keep doing that. So I'm hoping that you guys really enjoyed this because we will be doing it more. Keep an eye out for the next day or two for some polls in Discord to talk about next month's extra stream and what we're going to do for that one. But otherwise, I think we are just going to cut it there. I think we are done talking. I think we are done for today. So thank you guys so much. We had too many people to list off today, but I appreciate every single one of you that joined, that talked, that came in and interacted. Thank you guys so much. This has all been for you guys. You guys earned 100%. It. You guys earned next month's. And
can't wait till next month. That's right.
And we will continue. And this is all going to keep looking better. So keep in mind that we are just going to keep making this look better as time goes by. So again, thank you guys all so much. I hope you guys are having a fantastic weekend. I hope it continues to be fantastic. And I hope you have a good week looking forward to. We will be back on Monday with another homebrew. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it is in the Discord. So check out the Discord for the next homebrew. We'll be here on Monday. And have a great rest of your weekend, guys. Cheers.
This is my friends.